very good morning to you on this very good Monday morning. It is the start of another week. It is indeed week 2 of the final phase of 2021. And we have 6 fresh players for you this morning. We have Group A over the next 3 days. So without further ado, why don't we get cracking with our first game of the day. It's going to be Jared Cole and Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland. 6 players for your entertainment over the next 3 days. And we're starting off with this man. He has a very, very good pedigree in the Online Darts Live League this year. But maybe his story isn't written yet, as he takes on Jared Cole, who was very, very close to winning a phase a couple of months ago. He's back for another try.
First leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
The first thing that piques my interest today is the fact that we have not 1, but 2 Ginger Ninjas in World Darts right now.
140.
We have Chris Gilliland and we have Matt Campbell of Canada, of course. But let's focus on these players as we start with the Northern Irishman. A man who has played 54 matches here before. He's won 34 of them. And he has the best overall win percentage of any player in this group.
134.
So watch out for him, because that's just under 63%, which is very, very good indeed. Not only that,
59.
but he has the best running average in all of the games he's had so far. A shade over 90, and the only player to have amassed that statistic. But he's up against a lot of players here who have got more game experience. They've won more matches than he has.
140.
But make no mistake, Gilliland is going to cause problems for everybody, including Jared Cole.
55.
He gets the better start though and lands on double 16 after 12, which is a very strong start.
127. Jared, you require
Call for the first
32.
leg then.
Game shot on
Takes
the
it
first
without
leg.
any trouble.
Jared Cole.
Now, 13 darts to start your campaign in Group A. That is pretty much plan A. Can he keep it going into leg 2?
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first.
As far as Jared Cole is concerned, he's played a lot more matches here this year than Chris has. He has, in fact, played 143.
99.
He's won 83 of them for a win percentage of just a shade over 58%. Running average 86.68, which of all of the players in this group is the second bottom, believe it or not.
$81.
It is probably fair to say that Jared Cole has redemption on his mind after losing
100.
in the final of the Phase 4 finals on that Sunday morning to Jazz Barstow. That will have hurt him, because he was in a commanding position in that final
100.
for the £6,000 prize, and he did let it slip. So what kind of mood will he be in this week? Maybe he needed a phase off.
96.
He needed a few weeks off from this room just to soak up the pain of that loss, because he was excellent in Phase 4. He bossed his group.
140.
He bossed his finals. And then the whole thing just came tumbling down at the very end.
59. Chris should require
But this time
81.
it's Chris who has the better scoring leg. Single 20 will leave tops.
41.
Tidy from the Ginger Ninja. There's something I never thought I'd say this morning. Jared really should stay
60.
at the top. You'd much rather have
Chris should
126 than
require
127. Double 10 to take a second hold of throw in this match so far.
30.
And there is a chance here for Cole. And this is
Jared
what I'm talking about with
require
126, because you got
126.
2 shots at the same treble.
54.
Unable to bank one of them
Chris
to give himself a
10.
shot at the bullseye.
Game shot on
And
the
double
second
5
leg.
is found.
Chris Gilliland.
So 19 darts is enough to hold in leg 2. So we go into leg 3 with Jared throwing first. And this one is pretty much even.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. 140.
If indeed you are a new viewer this morning, tuning in via the Online Darts Lively YouTube channel, or via the streaming services of your favoured bookmaker,
85.
we welcome you along and thank you for joining us. 6 players today. We'll be doing Battle for Group A. And if you are a new viewer, you might wonder how it
135.
works. Let me give you the short version. 1 player will qualify from this group over the next 3 days. Each player will have 15 matches, 5 today, 5 tomorrow,
85.
and 5 on Wednesday. The table topper on Wednesday, they will go through to Saturday night's finals.
120.
Jared doesn't mind that dart on the floor. It was only 5 points. But then we have players progressing who do not win this group
99.
to
Jared
other
require
groups. We'll get into that in a
106.
second. Cole goes for treble 18 here. And it seems at this
98.
early stage that the person with the darts is able to score much better than the person without. With that in mind, Cole has the darts in the odd-numbered legs.
125.
So he should win this match
Jared
based on the
require
pattern
8.
that we've seen so far.
No score.
But without hitting double 4 there, it gives Chris
require
Gilliland a chance.
107.
Treble 16 or treble 20 here. And didn't really scare the requisite beds there.
83. Jared require 8.
Double 2. Madhouse.
Game shot on the
And
third
he gets
leg.
away with it.
Jared Cole.
I don't think that's going to please Jared Cole whatsoever. But as you see, he splits the 4s, splits the 2s, and banks the Madhouse.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
And only just takes leg 3. So going back to the structure of the tournament,
140.
places 2 and 3, of course, in the table after Wednesday will go to Group B. And we'll be joined by 3 extra players on Thursday and Friday night.
96.
Then 3 players from that group will qualify for Saturday night. As far as 4th, 5th and 6th are concerned from this group after Wednesday,
180.
they will stay in this time slot for Group C. And then 2 players will progress from that group, giving us 6 players for Saturday night.
45.
And then, of course, the top 3 from that group will qualify for Champions Week. And Phase 6 will end on December the 11th.
105.
And somebody will bank £6,000, just like Robert Thornton did a couple of weeks ago when he beat Connor Scutt in the final.
83. Christian requires 76.
We do have Connor Scutt for you today and for the next few days, as he goes for another chance at winning a phase. But Gilliland's going for tops.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
banks
leg.
another hold of
Chris
throw.
Gilliland.
So we are staying level at 2-2 with the best checkout of the match so far. If Gilliland can perform
leg, it's
against
Jared
the
to
throw,
throw
he has
first.
every chance of winning this match. And of course, 2 points for a win.
180.
But the ultimate defiance comes from JC. One of many JCs in the game. And it's been a good year for the JCs.
140.
Johnny Clayton, Joe Cullen, Jared Cole. They've all done bits this year. And of course, Jared Cole is still
81.
the world modern amateur darts champion after beating Wayne Warren for that title.
134.
Is Cole going to protect his throw once again?
121.
He will not like that last dart. Of that I can assure you.
$100.
Could be a key point of this match right here. 60 tops.
99.
And that one was a bit of a miss. I think that must have slipped out of his hand. He's very lucky he didn't bust the score in the end. This could be the moment. His first dart to break in the match.
79.
You don't need me to tell you that it didn't hit.
Jared, you require 20.
Count yourself lucky, JC, that you've got double 10 here instead of 119.
15.
He doesn't bank like 5, and Gilliland gets an even easier chance than the 127 he has just missed. Tops.
Game shown the
first break of throw,
Chris Gilliland.
And it's 14 darts for Chris Gilliland to take the lead, and he can now have the chance to serve this one out for the first 2 points of the group.
Sixth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
It's been a good performance so far, you have to say it. Averaging over 98.
140.
Jared Cole has almost maintained what he does when he comes to this arena. An 88 average, which is good.
100.
But Gilliland seems to be finding that extra bit when he comes here. In fact, the only thing that's missing from his resume when he comes here, apart from a phase title or something of that ilk, is a big finish. He's played 54 matches and his biggest finish is 129.
57.
That is by far and away the least biggest finish out of all of these players. The rest of them have either got a 170 or a 167.
95. 134.
Chris is not over the line yet, but he's getting close. There you can see his preferred method of stacking
38.
is Taylor-esque. He's trying to get them to land flat, so getting the darts to land on top of each other is his preferred method, whereas JC
100.
very much the other way.
Chris require
The Gary Anderson or Michael Van Gerwen style of understacking. That leaves 74. That leaves double 10 for the match.
180.
And that was very close.
Jared, you require 110.
Can he stay in it? Not at this visit anyway.
54.
And Gilliland, who gets
Chris,
that
you require 10.
flat trajectory, needs to be aggressive here. He's got the left-hand side of that dart to go. Underpins it.
6.
And 3 match darts have gone at 2 different doubles.
Jared, you require 56.
Double top.
16.
2 match-saving darts have now gone.
Chris, you require 4.
And Gilliland has a double that suits his trajectory.
Game,
and uses it
shots,
perfectly
and the
to get
Chris
over the
Gilliland.
line by 4 legs to 2. It was a quality start to the match. The average for Chris came down towards the 94 mark, but if that's a scratchy game for him today, I think all of the other people in the group have got problems. But 86 for Cole, that's pretty much what he's been doing here all year. He's going to need to find another level in this very strong group. We'll take a little bit of a break now, but not too long, because Colin Osborne and Richie Burnett will come back in game number 2, and what's not to like about that? Welcome back to Monday's action, and things are about to get very experienced in game number 2 with multiple PDC title winners coming in this second match. So it's Osborne against Burnett right now. First game of the week for these two, and they've got plenty of experience of that. The 45-year-old from Teesside is back for another stint in Group A. And as you can see from his career best stats, 7 PDC Tour wins. Should never be forgotten. But the 1995 World Champion is back. The most experienced player in this group.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
In fact, up to this point, Richie Burnett has played 236 games this year.
100.
Just as many as anybody else. 131 wins and 105 losses for a win percentage of 55, which is very tidy indeed.
60.
Running average for Richie over the 236 games he's played, 89.93. If you think about that for a second,
60.
Playing almost 250 games and still averaging 90 at the age of 54, that really does deserve credit.
140.
Still a fabulous player. And a lot of people right now are talking about Richie Burnett and the possibility of him winning the World Seniors in February. Because he's got good
97.
form. He's obviously playing a lot. But it does depend if he gets through Q School. If he does qualify for the tour next year, you won't see him at the seniors because he won't be eligible to play.
140.
So that's something that we will touch upon in early 2022. But right now,
100.
he's up against
Richie
a lot of
require
people's favourites
161.
in this group. We'll talk more about Colin in the next leg. Possibly after a 161.
136.
Give it a scare.
Colin, you require 144.
Not going to see a 144 from Colin, who has had a 9 darter here this year.
60.
Hit that against John O'Shea.
Richie require 25.
Double 8 to take the first leg. And that's awkward.
17.
Proved to be as well.
Colin, you require 84.
That was a golden chance to break the Osborne through in leg 1. Osborne's got the bull to save himself.
59.
He fails on the centre point of the board.
Richie, you
The
require
same way that
8.
Richie did on the 161. Double 2 was good for Gilliland in the last match.
Game shot.
And it is for Burnett,
Richie
who
Burnett.
takes the break of throw in 18 darts. So a little bit of reparation work is needed for Colin Osborne at the start of this one.
Second leg.
Can he
it's
do it
Richie
and
to
get the
throw
break straight
first.
back?
Game on.
Colin Osborne's efforts this year, 166 games, and he has banked exactly 100 wins.
55.
Win percentage of just over 60%. And a running average which is very similar to that of Richie's, 89.06.
95.
One of the only things that Richie Burnett has not done this year is bank a 170 finish. He, like Colin, has a 9 darter. And there was something said to me this morning by one of our production crew, which I think is incredibly appropriate. They felt that this group has got a Champions Week feel about it. I completely agree with that.
100.
But what we have with our 6 players in this group, Cole, Gilliland, Osborne, Burnett, and of course, Scott Marsh and Connor Scutt for our final first round match coming after this, are no phase winners. Apart from this man. He won phase 2. The rest of them still haven't won a phase.
81.
The big prize has been banked by Burnett, but nobody else. So he's been able to get it done. And what does Richie Burnett do
100
every time he plays in qualifying? He always gets to Champions Week. He hasn't failed to make Champions Week yet.
125.
And you don't suspect that that will change.
Colin, you require 112.
Now, does he stay there?
Yes.
He could go treble 18 here for double 19. Maybe from a younger player like Michael Smith,
38.
you would have seen no hesitation there
Richie, you
in
require
going for the
40.
54 to go for a different double.
Game
But
shot
Burnett
second
does
leg.
get tops for a
Richie
16
Burnett.
darter, and the break of throw that he got in leg 1 has now been consolidated with a hold straight after. What can he do on the Osborne throw in leg 3?
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
If you are choosing to have a little bit of a flutter this morning, or indeed at any point this week, please remember to gamble responsibly.
140.
It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. Particularly interesting game we've got coming up with
85.
Scott Marsh and Connor Scutt, a rematch of the British Open final from earlier this year, which was narrowly won by Scott.
36.
But Burnett gets the better start in this one. They have played each other 4 times in the live league this year.
140.
And 3 of them have been won by Burnett. That's curious. In fact, the only win that Osborne has banked
81.
was on the 27th of July, which saw Colin average 96.2 in a 4-2 victory. The rest of the time, he has been beaten by Richie by that exact same scoreline. So all we get from these two are 4-2 scorelines. So by that token, we can enjoy another 4 legs in this match.
140.
One of those wins for Burnett did have 105 average. His best performance against Colin this year. Does get to a manageable finish here, does Richie.
104.
But Osborne gets first poke. It's a lovely lie for that 60. Not able to find the stacking method that he has employed
56.
with his rebuild of his throw.
Richie require 116.
Trouble for Osborne. Tops for Burnett.
76.
Almost 3-0.
Colin, you require 48.
Can he get his first leg of the day? Tops is his chosen weapon usually.
Game shot on the third
And it comes up
leg.
trumps this
Colin
time.
Osborne.
So, with a little bit of a scare at the end of that third leg, Osborne does bank his first leg of the day. Can he kick on from here?
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Don't be afraid to get in touch today. As you can see, at Darts Live League in the bottom right corner of your screen. Get in touch with us. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to hear from you if you're tuning in from the UK, overseas. We do get a lot of tweets from people in the Oceanic region because of the time difference. It works for those guys really well.
140.
Don't be afraid to get in touch with us, even if you would like to tweet myself at the Asset180 on Twitter. We do have a lot of regular viewers, and I'm sure some new viewers today, and whoever you are, thank you for your time. You can take us with you, of course, if you're watching via YouTube or via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker.
60.
Take your smart device if you're walking the dog, or if you're just going out and about. You don't have to miss a thing. And of course, at Darts Live League for all of the results and highlights, we will let you know
85.
if something has happened if you do happen to miss any of the coverage. Now, Burnett should stay there for this because he wants to get down to 116.
95.
He can only get to something like 161. You just smell an opportunity here for Osborne. It's his turn to go into the treble 5.
$92. Richie require 161.
He had to go at this in leg 1 and miss the bull. He's having another go in leg 4. Doesn't get the 51 on this occasion.
137.
He does get the ideal approach.
Colin, you require 114.
This would sting Burnett, but it isn't going to anymore. That's the one treble that you can't get on that combination, aside from the treble 1, of course, which leaves 111.
54. Richie required 24.
Double 12. Now double 6. To get that 2-leg gap back, and he has.
Richie
So
Burnett.
Osborne is in real trouble here at 3-1 down. But if you cast your memory back, it's not that long ago that Richie Burnett was letting leads like this slip.
5th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I remember watching Richie against Scott Marsh in a Group B not so long ago, where he was
100.
flying. He had won his first game by 4 legs to 0, averaging 103. And then he was 3-0 up against Scott Marsh and lost 4 legs to 3. It really did capitulate him for
100.
a short amount of time. He looked dizzy. And that's the kind of thing that Osborne needs to do to him right now.
$140.
Just looking back at these guys' careers, obviously they have won titles aplenty in their lives. In playing each other away from the Online Darts Live League, they've played in a few different arenas. They've played in a UK Open qualifier, Players' Championships within the PDC system, and of course
26.
A Challenge Tour match in recent times, in the last couple of years. That was won by Colin Osborne by 5 legs to 4. But just to give you an indication of how long these guys have been around, they have played in a Players' Championship event back in 2006 when it was set play. When it wasn't best of 11 legs. When it was best of 5 sets.
161.
All best of 3 legs per set, of course. Third time in the match that Burnett has had a 161.
96.
And he's had 3 very different results from that
Colin,
number.
you require 130.
To stay in the match, he needs 60 bull. There's plan A.
105.
Almost executed.
Richie requires 65.
Plan B comes with a degree of trepidation as he looks at tops for the match. Burnett for 4-1.
45.
2 valuable misses because
Colin,
Osborne will stick
25.
around and not give up. That's not part of the plan. He's got 11 left. Double 4 to stay in it.
Yes.
He doesn't look 100% comfortable yet.
Game
He
shot
will
on the fifth
feel
flag.
comfortable now.
Colin Osborne.
A little bit of flailing of the arms there as if to say, I'm sorry I hit that one, but he won't be sorry because he's still in the match and he has every chance of bagging the 2
Sixth leg,
points.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
You know as a player that you don't want to be throwing right here. You want to be walking out of the room, getting ready for your second match.
180.
Just maybe that little bit of angst might help Burnett as he starts with his first maximum of the day in leg number 6.
60.
Richie will have a bit of a break after this one. In fact, his second match will come up against Scott Marsh in match 6. So he's got a bit of time after this. Maybe after this leg.
180.
And maybe after a 9 darter. He almost finished phase 2
60.
with a 9.
Richie require 141.
Could he finish game 2 with a 9? He'll go 45. It's not quite there. Great try, Richie. Great try.
66 left, yeah. 105.
That'll do. Tries to set up the 10 and does set up the 10. It's been a great sprint towards the finishing line. He did well to get match
41.
starts in the previous leg. He
Richie
missed 2.
require 36.
But you don't sense he's going to lose from this position.
18.
But he has missed 5 match darts. He's only got a lead of 322. He should be fine. That lead has just got a little bit smaller.
Richie require 18.
And Richie has the luxury of splitting this. 6-6, old school.
Game.
It works though, and
the
Richie
match.
Burnett does
Richie
get
Burnett.
another 4-2 against Colin Osborne. So they've played each other 6 times now, and the result has always been the same. 1 win, of course, for Richie Burnett right there, and that gets him a 93 average, very similar to Chris Gilliland in the first match. So if you maintain that 93 standard, you might just be banking points today. The doubles do need some work from both of the players, but I'm sure that will come. We're about to have a British Open final rematch between Scutt and Scott. So let it begin, guys. Who's going to get this one? Match number 3 signals the end of round 1 for Group A on day 1, of course. And we're about to see Connor Scutt and Scott Marsh for the first time today. So let's get them down to the board to see what they can deliver. Welcome back to the 38-year-old from Orpington. Looking fresh, looking ready. And he's up against the ever-ready 25-year-old from Surrey. That is Connor Scutt, someone who has had a very good 2021 so far.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
They've both played quite a bit here this year. In fact, Connor Scutt is the second least experienced player in playing 70 matches. 38 wins for a win percentage of 54%. But he has had some big highlights, including making the final of the Phase 5 Champions Week finals. He got very close to winning the whole thing and the £6,000 prize, but ultimately
100.
Ran into Robert Thornton. But he knows what to do in this room. He just feels comfortable here now.
91.
And he just wants to win. If you're looking for someone to be very competitive over the course of this week, to get their way to Champions Week and to have a chance at that Champions Week in early December,
26.
I think Connor Scutt's a pretty good bet for that one. When he comes here, he always seems to qualify
140.
for Champions Week, and he always does well. But Scott Marsh has been coming here since the very first week of the year.
137.
The very first week we had in this arena was won by Scott Marsh. He himself has played 85
40.
matches, 50 wins,
Scott,
win percentage just under 59%. Again, very competitive. Single 20 leaves tops.
58.
Marsh has
Connor,
steadily found his way to a double.
170.
Scott with the outside chance, which has just got a little bit easier.
100.
Good attempt.
Scott, you require 40.
But Marsh loves tops and loves tens.
Game shot on the first leg.
Who needs tens
Scott
when he can hit
Marsh.
tops with the first start? And the British Open champion. And I'm sure that fluffs his confidence, me saying that. Why wouldn't it? Takes a 1-0 lead.
Connor to throw first. Game on.
I'm reliably informed that when Scott Marsh won that title, he jumped off the stage.
100.
Now, I don't know about my timings, but I'm pretty sure he had a bad knee at the time. It might not have been that wise to do that. But of course, in that final, he did beat Connor Scutt by 6-5.
41.
And if you look back on the history of the British Open to see who's won that title, and he's putting his name into the hat of all of those winners,
180.
that'll make him feel good, and that 180 makes Connor Scutt feel good. Just listen to some of these names that have won the British Open.
59.
Think of the Roll of Honour that you're joining. John Lowe, Eric Bristow, Cliff Lazarenko, Jockey Wilson, Dennis
46.
Priestley, Mike Gregory, Raymond van Barneveld, Mervyn King, Martin Adams. Need I go on? Now, Scott Marsh is part of that Roll of Honour. That is something to be proud of. Just a couple of other names in that Roll of Honour that you might know. Gary Anderson.
25.
Dave Chisnell. Daryl Fitton. There are just so many. Kevin Painter. Other players that have played here this year, of course.
100. Connor, you
Mervyn King
require
once said to me that he counts the
150.
British Open as a major. So there you go, Scott. You want to win Merv's approval, just say you've won the British Open.
100.
Connor should be finding his way to 1-1. It may depend on the amount of pressure he's under. It's not a great deal.
Connor, you require 50.
That's a miss. That's not.
26.
That was all a bit ragged.
Scott,
That was all a bit Monday morning-like.
44.
Dart players aren't used to playing Monday morning darts, believe me. But players in the online Darts Live League are getting used to that, that's for sure. Oh, and Connor Scutt was thinking, please don't hit that 144, Scott. Luckily for him, he hasn't.
You require 24.
Double six. Down at the bottom of the garden.
21.
Well, Scott Marsh is getting something
Scott, you require
akin
40.
to a Christmas present here. Double 10.
30.
All a bit ragged from both players.
Connor, you require 3. No score.
And that doesn't help. In Master Out Darts, that would be the win. But you can't
Scott,
win on trebles
10.
here when you've got 3 left. Plenty for Connor to contemplate. As Scott has 5 left. And he has double 2.
6. Connor, you require 3.
We're having a pub leg. A much better single this time from the sniper. Can he find the mark on double 1?
Game shot on the second
Oh, he's
leg.
found it as well.
Connor Scutt.
That is the quintessential leg of survival. He just about won it with his opponent having multiple shots to
Third
break
leg,
in,
it's
but it
Scott to
hasn't
throw
happened.
First. Game on.
As I always say, when you get a leg like that, you can no longer think about
100.
great stats, averages, you name it. It's all out the window. And maybe that's a good thing for some players because they get so bogged down with averages and percentages of doubles
60.
and what they've done in the game. Ultimately, all you need are the 2 points. But what did we learn from week 1 in Phase 6? We saw Mike Warburton
100.
win Group A. He didn't win the week. We saw Josh Richardson boss his group last week. He didn't win through Group
140.
on Saturday night. And in fact, neither of them made Champions Week. The big picture is getting top 3 at the end of the week.
81.
It's all well and good winning Group A, winning Group B, winning Group C. But if you do not make top 3 on Saturday night, it's all for nothing.
83.
The amount of times that players have not won their qualifying group but have still done well, this year it's immeasurable. Just look at Brian Rahman last week.
85.
The WDF world ranked #1 player came here with lots of pressure. He just about made his way through to the weekly finals on Saturday, and he did enough to win it
140. Scott, you require
at the expense of Rob
135.
Collins. That is a very large miss on the bullseye, but he's recovered really well. Leaves him 63.
No. Yes.
He does not want to go for the wrong thing here.
85.
And he hasn't. Left himself on 50,
Connor, you require
which Connor had in the
78.
last leg. That's a much better shot at the 18s than previously.
Game shot on the third leg.
And it just goes to
Connor
show
Scutt.
what hitting a double can do for you. He couldn't buy a shot until he got to double 1. in the last leg, and this time 78
Fourth
taken
leg,
with
it's Connor to
ease.
throw first. Game on.
Yes, Brian Roman winning week 1, so he will be back for Champions Week in early December with Rob
100.
Collins and Kevin Burnett banking 3rd position, so we'll see more of Ironman.
$91.
The Roll of Honour of Phase Champions this year is as such. You've got Richie Burnett, who won Phase 2. Jim Williams, who won Phase 3.
140.
Chaz Barstow won Phase 4. And Robert Thornton, who beat Connor Scutt in the final, won Phase 5. That would make a pretty good champion of champions group, wouldn't it?
60.
Well, just give me till the end of this leg, and I will collate for you who you will see in the other groups the rest of this week. Because of course, if you do not win Group A, you will have to go through Group B or C, depending on your position in Group A, of course. And we have a couple of debutants for you this week. One that you will definitely know about.
100.
One that you might not know a great deal about, but I certainly do. And I am very excited to see him.
140.
Scutt is starting to boss this game. He should have been 2-0 down, and in every likelihood he's going to be 3-1 up.
140. Connor, you require 66.
78 was taken in 2 darts the last time he was on a checkout. Double top.
26.
And he gives Marsh the chance on 110.
Scott, you require 110.
Just under an 80 average so far for Scott, because of course that second leg obliterated both of their averages. But it's tops.
90.
That's a big chance.
Connor, you require 40.
Could have put himself in a best of 3 scenario with Connor.
Game shot.
And
on
Scutt
the
does
fourth
get the
leg.
3-1
Connor
with the
Scutt.
3rd dart. So it was Marsh who got the better start. Then it was Scutt who got into the game somehow. And since then, he has been the better player.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Okay, so 4th, 5th and 6th from this group
98.
will play in Group C. And that will be Thursday and Friday morning at 9:30. Same time slot as this. Those 3 players will be joined by Scott Walters.
180.
As we get Connor Scutt's 2nd maximum of the match. As well as Scott Walters, we will have Adam Smith-Neal, the former
60.
world master. That's the person that you might know some about. But you might not know a great deal about Kurt Parry. Player from Wales who
99.
has made the semi-final of the World Youth Championship before. And take it from me, he's a lovely kid. And he's got a bucket full of talent. He's taken a little bit of time away from the game recently. But it will be fabulous to see him back here.
180.
180's a piece in this 5th leg. Another one for Connor will be handy. Oh, and he gets one as well.
180.
Great leg of darts. Positions 2 and 3 in the table come Wednesday. We'll have Chaz Barstow, Martin Thomas and Ryan Furness to contend with. And all 3 of those are trouble. In a good sense, of course.
97.
Scutt for
Connor,
the win.
you require 42.
Had lots of trouble on doubles earlier in the match.
26.
And a tiny bit more right there.
Scott, you require 66.
He could be walking out of the room right now. But first, he has to survive the 66 of Marsh. Looking for the hurdle. 14-12 for tops.
46.
And doesn't bank it.
Connor, you require 16.
Double 8.
Game,
And it is
shots,
a 2
and the
points
match.
for Connor Scutt. It's a very good performance in the end. If you forget about his first leg win, of course, which was a pretty forgettable leg. But the averages don't mean a great deal because they were both obliterated by the second leg of the contest. But since then, Scutt, very, very good indeed. And that will fluff his confidence just a little bit. We're going to go into Game 4 now, which starts round 2 of all of our matches. And we're going to start with Chris Gilliland up against Colin Osborne. Hello and welcome back to our action here at the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson. It's about to start round 2. So, let's get cracking with Chris Gilliland and Colin Osborne. Connor Scutt leads after round 1 just by the 1 leg because he won by 4 legs to 1 and the other 2 winners won by 4 legs to 2. So the likes of Osborne, Marsh and Cole have a little bit of work to do to get with the pack at this early stage.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
That just illustrates how we separate the players. 2 points for a win, nothing for a loss. But of course, when you do lose, your leg difference suffers. And when you win, your leg difference bolsters.
100.
If you are going to lose, lose tight. If you're going to win, win big. They're the golden rules, really.
50.
But thank you to everybody who's getting in touch on social media today. Nice to hear from AJ Imston Toft, who's enjoying the darts this morning. He said,
100.
It's a very tasty day of darts. Well, you aren't wrong. This is a very good group. In fact, it's a very good week.
100.
I have gone over this group of players many times over the last 24 hours, and I just can't pick a winner.
140.
One of the things that really interests me, though, is that you can play so well on a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and still come up really short on the
91.
Saturday.
Chris should require 161.
And the perfect example of that is Colin Osborne. It's Gilliland, though, who looks at the bullseye.
136.
Interesting play there. Just fancied it. And sometimes, as a dart player, you just want to go for it. I'm not going to blame him for doing that.
140.
There are plenty of commentators who would have said,
25.
you've got to go 10 or an 18 there, Chris. Double six.
Game
And
shot.
he
on
looks
the
very
first
useful
leg.
at this
Chris
early stage.
Gilliland.
Very sharp indeed. 15 darts. Could have been 12, of course, via that big finish, but he does bank the first leg.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, what I was talking about with Colin Osborne is that he now holds the Group A record for total wins in a week.
41.
The last time he was here was not that long ago. In fact, it was week 4 of Phase 5.
140.
And he won that group by quite some distance. He won 14 matches of 15, which is now the Group A record. And I sneakily suspect that that might not be beaten. It would take a perfect 3 days
100.
for someone to beat Colin's record, to win 15 games from 15. But even if somebody did that, they'd still have to win on a Saturday night. And when Colin did win 28 points from 30, he only came equal 5th in week 4. It was in fact Scott Williams
95.
who won that night and got through to Champions Week with Ryan Finesse and Mike Gillett.
$140.
But Osborne is starting to cook here. This game is getting better.
$58. Colin, you require 40.
Watch out for Osborne leaving tops a lot. Double 5.
Game shot
Finds
on the
it.
second leg.
Bit of a
Colin
sigh of relief
Osborne.
there for Colin. With Chris sitting on 108, you can't afford to give someone of his ability shots like that when he's winning games.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. $140.
These lads have played 3 times before in a Group A, so this will feel very familiar for these players. That was back on 26th, 27th
134.
and 28th of July. Colin won 2 of their matches. And the one time Chris did win was on the Tuesday by 4 legs to 0.
78.
That was his best performance of those matches against Colin, where he averaged just under 94. But Osborne seems to be clicking into gear here a little bit more. The scoring is coming back. And that is a statement that has been uttered a lot about Colin over the last few months.
140.
People are just happy that he's playing well again. I am one of those people.
$60.
I had a few battles with
Chris
Colin
require
myself
143.
in my career. Might talk about those a little bit later in the week. Not right now, because Gilliland is trying to protect his own throat.
60. Colin, you require 127.
For the 1-2-7 in game. And yet again he's denied a finish of that ilk because of a treble 5 on the first dart.
87. Chris, you require 83.
This could be a turning point right here. But it might not if Chris finds the bull.
Game shot on the third leg.
Great
Chris
shot.
Gilliland.
Great ginger ninja stuff there. You have to say that the shot at the treble 16 was fairly aggressive, but that bullseye was very, very accurate indeed.
Game on.
Waiting patiently in the background as if he's working as a security guard on the door.
123.
Then he picks his darts up and goes to the hockey. Very formal of Chris in the way he plays this game. But one thing I do like about this guy is that technique.
100.
Such a beautiful throw. Chris, a player who has played at Lakeside. Didn't play particularly well, he would admit that. Lost out to Justin Thompson in his Lakeside debut, where they both averaged in the very low 80s. But take it from me, Lakeside is a very intimidating place when it's all kitted out with dart stuff. You know the people who have walked those boards.
43.
You know the people who have won there. And it takes your breath away. And the Lakeside is coming back in early January.
180.
Superb maximum. It doesn't get him to a finish, but it gives him a handy lead. Now just get something 3 ahead as darts fans as we go into the end of 2021 and into 2022. We'll come back to it because something is going to happen over the next 3 months that has never happened before.
60.
Now Osborne, who was in trouble in this leg,
70.
banked that maximum to give himself this shot. He's going to go tops again.
50.
He hasn't had any joy in it so far today, pretty much.
Pressure require
He has hit
103.
it, but never at the first attempt. No real joy in that 103 for Chris as well.
87.
So this one should be
Colin
tied.
require 20.
Double 5.
Game shot.
And Osborne is clinging
Colin
on here.
Osborne.
He was trying his very best to cling on against Richie Burnett in his first game. It didn't work. But in this one, he still has a chance at 2-2.
Chris to throw first.
So yes, end of this year and the beginning of next year. And of course this is World Championship season.
180.
As we get our 4th maximum of the match. 2 apiece in legs, 2 apiece in 180s. But first we have
60.
the showpiece event, the PDC World Championship at Alexandra Palace. It does not get any better than that. But then you've got the WDF World Championship at Lakeside.
140.
And then you've got the World Seniors at Purfleet. So all 3 huge major venues that have hosted World Championships
100.
in the history of the game. I'm not going to count Jollies from back in the early 80s. And of course, the venue that was used in Nottingham back in 1978. I'm not going to count that one.
105.
But the 3 mainstays of the last 30 to 40 years will be used for World Championships in the next 3 months.
100. Christian requires 76.
That is a first. Could this be a first 12 darter of the week?
36.
He really is throwing well on his throw today, is Chris. That's the sign of a great dart player.
85. Christian require 40.
Is that awkward? Doesn't matter anymore.
Game shot on the
That's
fifth
very
leg.
good.
Chris
So,
Gilliland.
3-2 up, looking for a second consecutive 4-2 scoreline and to stay undefeated after 2. He's getting closer.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
do believe there's a qualifier later in the week for the World Seniors as well.
41.
And the man who's been keeping this seat warm over the last 7 days, Chris Mason, is taking part. So do yourself a favour today
60.
and wish Chris well, because wouldn't it be great to see him back on that Purfleet stage? If you are watching today, Chris, whether you're at the gym right now or whether you're getting a
100.
practice in, all the very best from me and everybody here at the team at the Online Darts Live. We really do wish you well.
$59.
I'm sure there will be some other players trying to qualify too. And to everybody who chooses to do so, give it your all.
97.
Osborne will have to be crafty from 263 to leave a finish next time out, because you sense he's going to be under pressure.
140.
I was right.
$65.
Well, that one did not work out well. I was positive he was going to go for 18s, because the lie wasn't prime. Could be Gilliland first to a finish.
100.
And is. Feel he's got to get to at least 100 here.
100.
And he decided to
Chris
stay on the 60 there. That's curious.
142.
I can understand why he did that. And now that he's getting a chance, if he'd have got the 60, he would have left 58. If he'd have gone 18s and got the treble, it would have been 64.
90.
So that's why he stayed on the 60.
Colin, you require 98.
But he still needs a treble. Now where does he go? Stays there for double 9.
80.
And Gilliland has his first chance to win this match.
Chris, you require
To confine
52.
Osborne to 2 defeats of 4-2 to start his Group A campaign.
Game,
And Gilliland gets
shot,
2 wins
and the
from
match.
2.
Chris Gilliland.
So, in his second Group A action over the course of the last few weeks, Colin Osborne has now lost more games in this Group A than he lost in his last effort over 3 days. Gilliland still perfect with another very good display, averaging 97, and his checkered percentage has been bettered from his first performance today against... I've forgotten who it was. Doesn't matter. So let's go through to match number 5. We are going to get another look at Connor Scutt. He's going to be up against Jared Cole. So 2 of the best players under 25 years of age in the world coming up. Welcome back, everybody, and it is time for group game number 5. And of course, it was Jared Cole that was beaten by Chris Gilliland in the first match of the day. Silly me, I should have remembered that. Anyway, let's get into JC's second game of the day. And he's up against Scutt, who was impressive at times against Scott Marsh in match number 3. Not the ideal start in the group for Jared, losing by 4 legs to 2, but there's plenty of time yet.
First leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
I'll be fascinated to see what happens with these two
60.
over the next couple of years. Jared Cole has banked a lot of experience for a 21-year-old
59.
over the last few years. He's played some Pro Tour darts. He's played some amateur darts. He's currently the world champion of modern amateur darts, of course.
60.
But where do they go from here?
60.
Over the course of the last 2 years, the Live League has been a nice home for players who have not made their way to the tour on a full-time basis anyway. Because if you think about
41.
someone like Chaz Barstow, we're talking about a player that at the start of the year, not a great deal of people knew anything about him.
140.
Now he is a phase winner in the Live League. He is going to the World Championship because of solid displays in PDC darts as an alternate player.
59.
And a person who is playing later this week. But these two,
100.
this year has had a few spikes of highlights. Maybe more so for Connor, who is going to represent his country for the first time soon.
60. Jared to require 142.
He's done well in ranking events in the WDF. Oh, that's a slip.
119.
That's just made things a little bit more awkward for Jared, who has played well in this room and consistently well.
93. Jared to require 23.
You don't often see a player on 23. Well, that's one thing to hit. To leave double one.
Game
Well,
time
it all
first
works.
leg. Jared Cole.
What a way to get those 3 darts to win that first leg. Double 17, treble 7, double 1. I'll probably never see that
Second
again.
leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
And neither will you, our audience.
99.
One thing we did get with the last win for Chris Gilliland in Game 4 is the first win for a player with the darts. The first 3 games of the day went
91.
against the darts. But Cole is looking a bit more rhythmic in this
100.
game. His game is all about rhythm. He doesn't stop. And even though Connor Scutt is fairly swift himself, he's made to look the tiniest bit slower because of his more deliberate first dart.
$58.
This is what you get from these young players now. Good technique and a fiery spirit.
60.
There's a really interesting development tour weekend we've just had,
140.
which puts to an end all of the qualification spots for the World Youth Championship, which takes place at the end of the month.
60. Jared to require 104.
Neither of these players have won that title. An illustrious list of players have. You just wonder who's going to win this match.
Connor, you require 150.
And, of course, that World Youth title at the end of the month. Connor Scutt's not going to win this leg by the looks of it.
58.
As you would fancy Cole will take the
Jared,
48,
you require
but
48.
just don't hit the treble 16, Jared. Good single.
32.
Didn't really scare that double 16.
Connor, you require 92.
So he has been a bit ragged so far. And Scutt will make him pay if he hits double 8.
84.
Valuable misses from both.
Jared requires 16. Game shot.
There you go. Jared Cole does take a 2-0 lead. So once again, Connor Scutt. Not yet. I'm sure it's on their radar. Maybe next year for these two, as Connor Scutt starts to play properly now in leg 3.
58.
You could use something like this as a catalyst for this match. Stay aggressive. Oh, and it flicks off the flight.
80.
I didn't see any way he was going to miss the 20
Jared
there.
require 112.
Oh, and this would sting. Oh, what a great dart. That is a superb checkout from Jared Cole. That first dart was so good. He made that 60 bed look so big. And he just hits the corner of the 32 as well.
Throw first. Game on.
3-0 to Cole. He's taking advantage of an off game from Scutt.
125.
Cole is maintaining the average of 88. That mid to high 80s range, which he finds a lot.
140.
And right now it's good enough with 60% on doubles.
45.
The scoring isn't that dramatic. But the worrying thing is that Scutt has only had 2 shots at double, with Jared
60.
averaging 90. We did have a couple of groups last week
59.
that were very dependent on leg difference. Could we have another group like that this week?
140.
I've had plenty of people recover from 3-0 down, but you never want to be there. You never want to have to do that.
94. Connor, you require 161.
6 darts from here is about as luxurious as it has got in this match for Connor.
83. 58. Connor, you require 78.
He's already hit this today, and he got it in 2. This time he wouldn't mind if it was in 3.
38.
Could be match over. Could be the first 4-0 of the day.
120.
Can he find the 60 with dart 2 this time? The first one wasn't
60.
close enough to be a guide.
Connor, you require 40.
To keep the match going,
Game shot on the
he's
fourth
found a
leg.
beautiful shot
Connor
at tops.
Scutt.
And it is still going. So 1 down with 3 to go. That's what he'll be thinking. And Jared Cole has the chance now to finish it off by 4 legs to 1.
It's Connor to throw first. Game on.
But he will have to break the throw to do so.
93. 99.
This is, of course, a position that haunts Jared Cole. He has been beaten by someone 4 legs to 3 in a very important match, of course, when he was 3-0 up.
134.
He wouldn't be human if that didn't cascade through his memories for a few seconds when he was playing this kind of game. I myself, just to give you an insight into the checkout of 56, that still haunts me now.
58.
It cost me a World Cup final spot and a World Cup itself the following year. The same checkout.
133.
That's really good thinking from Jared Cole. He'll go bull first to hopefully leave 85 after
Jared,
10
you require
darts.
135.
And he does.
83.
So Connor Scutt needs a ton plus check
Connor, you
out
require 170.
to stop being beaten 4 legs to 1 for the second game in a row.
77.
Just over the bar. And Jared should be getting
Jared, you require 52.
match darts here. Double 16.
20.
Just can't find it. The first dart blocked it, and he couldn't find the angle.
Connor, you require 40.
To inch closer.
Game shot on the
It's
fifth
tops
leg.
again,
Connor Scutt.
and he's going to be getting very close to tapping Jared on the shoulder in a minute. So if he can get leg 6, anything is possible in leg 7.
Sixth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
This is the leg though, and when you start 140, you got to be thinking, this is my leg.
140.
But he is defiant in nature. He's tenacious, very much like the person who beat him in the Phase 5 final.
140.
And that's what these guys share. They have made it to the big game. The Phase Championship game. Call it what you will. But both of them came up short by 1 leg. They've had a taste
60.
of seeing what that £6,000 check looks like. But they weren't able to snatch it. They only got half of that.
70. Jared, you require 161.
161 for the win then. And Connor will go for 170, a shot that he's hit before
Connor,
here at the Online Darts Live League
170.
to survive. Possible.
98.
Jared has missed 2 darts at double 16 to win
Jared,
this
you
game.
require 56.
Now we should get 2 at tops. Oh, he's not. It's 48 again. And it's double 16 again.
40.
And it's a 3rd match dart missed.
Connor, you require 72.
Double 12. Oh, he's
60.
edged the wire of double 6.
Jared, you require 60.
So Jared gets 3 more. 3rd visit to win it. And again, it's in the way.
No score.
That is now 6 darts missed for the match.
Connor, you require 12.
Double 3.
9.
He gave it a chance. It was never going to be short.
Jared, you require 16.
Back to double 8.
Game.
And he
shot,
does win it.
And the match. Jared
Well,
Cole.
he just edges over the line, and with his 8th match dart, he pins double 8. But ultimately, the statistics say it was a tight match. It was at some periods, but Jared Cole bested Connor Scutt mostly through that match and does, in my opinion, deserve the 2 points. We're going to have a little look at Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh next as they bring to a close round 2 in Group A of Day 1. Welcome back. Game number 6 about to start. So Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh are about to do battle. Not for the first time on this hockey. And there will be something on Richie's mind when he plays Scott Marsh. He may remember. He may not remember. But the 38-year-old, throwing a 22.5 quantum dart, will remember what happened one of the previous times they played. 54-year-old playing with a 23-gram Red Dragon dart. It hasn't been so bad this morning for Richie Burnett. Started with a 93 average.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
In a 4-2 win over Colin Osborne, so he's had a solid start. But Scott Marsh, in one of their previous meetings, did something to Richie Burnett that I'm sure I wouldn't forget in a hurry.
100.
It was back on the 30th of September. I believe it was that game because they have played quite a lot of games that were 4-3, but Richie Burnett was 3-0 up, playing really, really well. And Scott Marsh came back and won it 4-3. We talked about that possibility in the previous match. And of course, Connor Scutt should have taken it all the way to leg 7. But it just confirms that when you do get that hot start, you have to maintain focus and aggression, because if you don't, and you switch off for about 10 minutes, you can lose a match from 3-0 up. It's very even between these two on this hockey this year. 4 wins for Burnett over Scott. 4 wins for Scott over Richie.
45.
And they're going to play each other 3 times this week minimum. Some of those wins as well seem to come
45.
in little spurts.
Richie require 156.
Scott won the first game. Then Richie took 3 in a row. Then Scott took 3 in a row.
100.
Just to even things out. Richie won their last meeting by 4-1. It was not a very good game, where Scott averaged
45.
just under 80, but I
Richie
think by that
56.
particular time he'd already qualified. And he was spent. It was very early in the morning.
Game shot on the first leg.
And early in
Richie
this one,
Burnett.
17 darts is good enough to bank the first leg. So Richie is looking fresh, looking focused, and accurate.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
I suppose at this point it will be a perfect opportunity to congratulate
58.
Scott Marsh on winning the England National Championship in modern amateur darts. We've already talked about Jared Cole being the world champion. Well, Scott is now the English champion after beating Darryl Fitton
100.
in a challenge match. So congratulations to Scott for getting the belt. Richie did challenge
100.
about a year ago for the Welsh title, but he failed to beat Jim Williams on that occasion.
$60.
It may not be his last crack at that belt, or indeed any belt within the modern amateur darts system, because this entire year Richie has been a thorn in the side of his opponents.
60.
And I think all of our viewers would agree that he has been phenomenal entertainment. Even when he's not playing his best,
140.
he is still brilliant to watch. And I've said it for years. The second his book comes out, I'm buying it. I want to know all of the stories from his heyday.
59.
All of the times saving money in hotel rooms with balmy things like filling up pot noodles with radiator water. That's a true story, apparently.
60.
The things these guys had to do to make a living, they boggle your mind. Some of these dart players, and I'm coming across like a real granddad here, but some of these dart players nowadays, they don't know they're born.
Richie require 141.
Got to leave this handy, and he's going to do so.
105.
Really well done.
Scott, you
to put
require
Scott Marsh
84.
under huge amounts of pressure in leg 2. Double 6.
72.
It denied Connor Scutt in the last game, and it's also denied
Richie
Scott
require
Marsh.
36.
Double 18. That was the double that Richie won his world title on.
28.
But it's denied him in big fashion in leg 2.
Scott, you require 12.
Double 6.
Game shot
Double
the
3
second
is
leg.
found for
Scott
a 20
Marsh.
darter. And that's maybe a leg that Scott Marsh didn't deserve. He was in charge of it, but he needed 2 bites of the cherry to bank that leg.
Third leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Look how smooth this throw is. Until the last dart, of course.
140.
Because it wouldn't be a third dart from Richie Burnett if he didn't look like he'd been struck by lightning. I'm amazed at this point of the year. We're almost in December, and nobody has made a little video of Richie Burnett having that exaggerated follow through, and it hasn't exuded a
60.
speech bubble or a lightning strike or anything like that. We've got so many of our fans and our viewers who are very astute with information technology who have not done anything with that. I'm incredibly
100.
insulted. It'd be a bit like Richie Burnett snapping that dart into the board and then the back leg kicking out and getting
140.
a bit of a kapow like in Batman. Marsh gets in touch and is only 59 behind.
Richie require 161.
He's had so many looks at a 161 today.
Yes.
And if you're leaving 161 after 9 a lot, you're playing well. It's got to stay on the 20s. He's got no choice.
100.
It's a great last dart. I'm not
Richie
even sure how he got that in.
32.
Double 16.
Game shot
Richie
the
Burnett
third
banks a
leg.
13
Richie
darter this
Burnett.
time. That is an absolutely brilliant leg from him because it shows that he's ready to kick on from where he's been the rest
Fourth
of the
leg,
day.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 93 in his first game is just short of 16 darts a leg. In this game, he has
97.
maintained that average, but the 13 darter, that's around the 115 mark. So there is scope for improvement. And when you get a 13 darter, you're thinking, I can do that again.
140.
This is a game of the mind. These guys can play darts. But if you could see at the bottom of your screen what's going through the mind of the player
81.
as they're playing, it will be, well, it will be gibberish. Some guys like to talk to themselves in their own mind when they're playing.
59.
Some players don't. We know that Richie likes to get animated.
59.
One thing he is going to do
60.
in his 14th match of this group this week on Wednesday, he's going to reach 250 games. And I do believe he's the first person to do that. Because for a long time over the last few weeks, he's been tied with Martin Adams on the same amount of games played. And with Martin not here this week, you would fancy
134.
that Richie Burnett is going to extend his lead at the top of the most games played table by quite some distance. 60 to leave 60.
104.
Perfectly done.
Richie require 108.
Where does he want to go here? He might go 18s. He is rather old school in some of his counting, but decides to go back to the 60, which has been fruitful so far. Double 16. Oh, it's world class from Burnett all of a sudden. 3-1, and he has been noted in the past as a slow starter on Mondays. Not today.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
But the caveat to that is, it doesn't matter what you do when you're 3-something up. It's about where you are when you've got your fourth. 60% on the doubles is brilliant.
121.
And he has gone up 1 or 2% in his average from this match compared to the last.
59.
Marsh is not playing that well in this game, only averaging 79.
60.
So you would expect things to get better from him in the middle portion of today's play and in the final third.
100.
Towards the end of a match, you will see that over-exaggerated follow-through with the back leg more. It must be a nervous twitch. I've been trying to figure out why it happens. Richie Burnett is very much in command of how this game is finished. He's on the throw with a 2-leg gap. And he's on 102 to win it. Best performance of the day so far from Chris Gilliland, 97.15. If Burnett hits that 102, he won't be far away from
100.
that.
100. Richie require 102.
He's been bossing double 16. And he gets another shot at it.
70.
He should be back.
Scott, you require
But I wouldn't put this past the British Open champion. I would now. And the match looks beyond his reach.
100.
So he could be the same as Colin Osborne.
Richie
2 matches, 2 defeats. But for Richie, 2 wins.
Game,
2 wins it is.
And the match.
Strong
Richie
start.
Burnett.
It's not going to be that high average like Chris Gilliland's, but like Chris, he is going to be on 4 points after 2 matches played. 93 average again for Richie Burnett, so really good consistency and checkouts of 50%. That's tough to beat when you're averaging 79, that's for sure. We're going to go into round 3 next, and we'll get another look at Connor Scutt. He's now up against Gilliland, who hasn't been beaten today, like I just said. It's now round 3 as all of the players have played twice, so they know what kind of form they're in. What are we going to see from Chris Gilliland, who currently sits in 2nd position in the table, and he's up against Connor Scutt. There you see, they are very close together at the early points of this table. 4-2, 4-2 for Chris Gilliland so far. Makes for good reading for him. As for Connor, 1 win, 1 defeat. I get the feeling this game could be fairly swift. From 2 players who are very much eyeing up success in this group.
Throw first. Game on.
And the one thing I like about Group A action is that if you want Thursday and Friday off to do what you please, to rest up for Champions, well, not Champions Week, but weekly finals on Saturday. I'm getting ahead of myself. Winning the group is the only thing you can do. But the good thing about being in Group A, and maybe it's a bad thing depending on how you look at it, you do have that second chance come Thursday and Friday. There's a bit of urgency attached to Group A, but maybe more for Group B and C. Just depends on how you look at it. We've talked at length
60
about Martin Adams maybe benefiting from winning a Group A and having Thursday and Friday off because he's over 60.
140.
But someone like Connor, someone like Chris, they could play 6 days in a row. It's very difficult. Take it from somebody who knows.
55.
But if you can play it at a very high standard for 5 to 6 hours in the day, then you can do anything.
96. Chris should require 146.
Downstairs. 619s, of course, leave 32.
86. Connor, you require 68.
What does he choose? Tops or double 16? It is double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Good choice, Connor.
Connor Scutt.
Very good choice, because you've just broken the throw of Gilliland. And you will get the chance to double your lead by throwing first in leg 2.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on. 60.
These guys have played a couple of times before. Back in the middle of September. Is that really nearly 2 months ago?
140.
Where has this year gone? Their first meeting was won by Scutt, 4 legs to 2.
180.
And with darts like that, he might get a second win over Chris. But then again,
180.
Superb stuff from the Northern Irishman. You just hate that as a player. When you put in a maximum and your opponent comes straight back with one, it irritates you. But on the flip side, when you do it to somebody else, it makes you feel jester-like.
145.
What a leg this has been from Gilliland. And he is going to get a chance at the 36.
125. Chris,
word of advice, Chris.
36.
You better hit this.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah.
Chris
10 darter from Chris Gilliland to get himself level at 1 leg all. It doesn't come much better than that, but Scutt made him play that well.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Just look at what Scutt did in that leg. He did nothing wrong. Left a double after 12.
60.
On his throw. And lost. Word to the wise, Connor. Over the next couple of years, you're going to have to get used to things like that happening. Because I say this with conviction because I firmly believe he's going to the tour.
180.
He's going to see that a lot more over the next 2 or 3 years.
60.
You've got to have good skill to make the PDC tour. You've got to come through the minefield that is Q School. But all of a sudden,
140.
Gilliland can barely miss that 60. And he is showing Connor Scutt a world-class performance.
100. Chris should require 121.
Does he fancy it?
96.
He did. Because earlier on, he had a bullseye check out when he was way ahead and he went for it. I just fancied he was going to go for that again.
140. Chris should require 25.
Well, if he hits this in 2, his average is going to go down. And he has hit it in 2.
Chris Gilliland.
What a sprint from Chris Gilliland over the last couple of legs. Superb stuff from him. And if he keeps going like this, he won't lose.
4th leg, it's Connor to throw first.
I suppose I better mention Chris Gilliland's personal
80.
best average, which is tied for the best in this group of any player. 109.31, the personal best of Gilliland and Richie Burnett.
135.
And in fact, because of the experience of all of the players, they've all got 100 plus best average.
60.
In fact, the worst is from Jared Cole of 102.62.
97.
I think at this level, Gilliland would give anybody a game. And I mean anybody.
100.
But that is maximum number 5 in this match. 2 for Connor, 3 for Chris.
59.
Fair play to Connor Scutt because he could have easily wilted like spinach in a hot frying pan. But he's done anything but.
102.
And he's down into 2 dart range well before Gilliland is. But he's going to join him
100.
on a finish.
Connor, you require 79.
I said this game was going to be quick. It is. Tops.
59.
Smidgen of a chance.
Chris, you
Small
require
mistakes like that
110.
could be fatal. 92 remain with 2.
54.
That really was a
Connor,
good
you
chance for a
require
3-1 lead.
20.
You don't suspect Connor's going to miss.
Game shot
And
the
he
4th
doesn't.
leg. Connor Scutt.
What we see at this stage of the day, this is round 3, of course. They've had a couple of games to get ready. So now, this is where we see the real player in them.
It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
They've had a good hour, hour and a half before the coverage started at
100.
9:30 this morning. To get warmed up, to see how they feel. They've now had a couple of games
57.
to get themselves in the competitive spirit, the competitive mood. Not that I'm being too brutal on the players, but at this stage of the day, there's no excuse not to play well.
60.
Unless, of course, you're in bad form. But these players aren't in bad form. Yes, we have 2 players who have not banked a
60.
point yet. But one of them is going to in the next game because the middle match of the day is next between Osborne and Marsh. And they're the 2 players who have not registered a win yet.
60.
For their sake, they probably want Connor Scutt to win this one. Just to keep things a bit tighter and to stop
100.
Gilliland from dominating today. Speaking of which, I've never met anybody with the surname Gilliland before, apart from him.
100.
That's a rare one for me. And I've never met anybody called Scutt.
96.
It's always nice to meet people with slightly different surnames.
105.
Great stuff there from Chris. He's using that 25 on dart 2 a lot. And that pleases me.
140.
Because it's good tactics.
Chris requires 76.
Can he finish it off after the good approach? It's double top.
56.
And it gives Connor a chance to go
Connor,
in front.
You require 48.
Double 16.
Game shot.
This game has changed.
Connor Scutt.
17 dart break, and all of a sudden, Connor Scutt is now favourite for this match. He was being levelled by brilliant darts from Chris.
Connor to throw first.
But Connor has withstood that and is now throwing for the match.
57.
That's the one thing about Connor that I've learned over the last maybe 4 or 5 different days that I've commentated on his game. He's got a chin.
59.
And you might say to me, this isn't a contact sport, and we know it isn't. But you've got to be able to withstand mental blows.
60.
You've got to have a thick skin in this sport. It's one of the reasons why careers are shorter than others. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
100.
Because I've got a very thin skin. It's been my downfall.
140.
And that's what impresses me about young players like Connor. They have very thick skins. They can withstand disappointment and use it as motivation
100.
to put it right in the future. No damage done in the first 9 here. Still has the darts.
140.
I feel Gilliland needs a 4th maximum.
$116.
That will do.
Connor, you require 104.
But Connor might be saying to himself, that won't do.
64.
He misses his first match dart at tops.
Chris, you require 126.
All he can do now is hope that Chris does not take the 126. That's an awful lie. Absolutely despicable lie that was. To try and get a 57.
Connor, you require 40.
Tops. To get his 2nd win of the day. And to get to 4 points.
30.
It's all gone wrong.
Chris, you require 40.
Oh, we're going the distance for the first time today. No, not yet anyway.
Connor, you require 10.
He's having a bit of trouble in the doubles like he did a little bit earlier.
8. Chris, you
He
require
either takes
40.
it with the first visit, or he doesn't take it at all. Double 10 again. Deja vu.
20.
Does anybody want to win this leg? I know Connor
you
does.
require 2.
Will he?
No
Oh
score.
boy. He couldn't get any closer if he tried.
Chris, you require
I have
20.
lost count of how many darts he's missed for the match now.
Game shot
And he's
the
going to have to do it
flag.
in leg
Chris
7
Gilliland.
somehow, because for the first time today, we are going the distance. Well, well, well. Connor Scutt, I said he's got a chin. Let's find out if he's got one in this match.
Final leg. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
What a crazy, crazy leg that was.
$134. 30. 39.
Not the ideal start for Connor, who was sitting on match darts and ready to bank 2 points. And we know what losing a match
92.
like this can do for players' confidence. The start of a group can stipulate where you will be in this group.
85.
It's somewhat speculative of me to say that, because I remember a Monday a few months ago
130.
where someone picked up 8 points on a Monday and you thought, oh, they're strong. They've won 4 games from 5. They didn't win the group. They didn't make the Saturday. And it didn't mean anything. Another bullseye on the switch.
121.
It's just really creative from Chris Gilliland. I love to watch him play it because he knows that dartboard really well.
99.
He has stuck in there. Does he deserve this win? Double 6. It doesn't matter if he deserves it or not, because he got it all right. Connor Scutt has got every right to feel a little bit cheesed off with himself after gifting that 6th leg to Chris Gilliland, but it's another solid display from him. He's always in the 90s today. He is going to be tough to beat, but maybe 2 bonus points there, and Connor lets 1 slip. We go into the middle match of the day, and 2 points are finally going to find their way into the pocket of Osborne or Marsh. But who will it be? Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. It is Monday and it's the middle match of your Monday session just about to start. Scott Marsh up against Colin Osborne. It hasn't gone their way today, and I'm sure there are lots of people out there who support Colin Osborne thinking, losing 2 matches out of 2 to start Group A? That's not what we thought. But this is a different day, it's a different group, it's a different phase. Marsh strong throughout the year.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
But not today so far, but one of them is about to get a win for the first time. Before we see Jared Cole take on Richie Burnett in match 9. And that will bring to a close round 3.
140.
Just looking at their performances so far today, Marsh averaging 85 in a 4-1 defeat to Connor Scutt.
100.
And then in his next match, another 4-1 defeat to Richie Burnett, but just under 80 with the average. We will get
41.
better darts from Scott. Of that, there is a guarantee. At times, he has been a bit of a slow starter in a morning session. So maybe he's about to kick in.
60.
But if you offered Scott Marsh right now, in this very instance, 4 points for the day, he would say, yes, please.
100.
Same goes for Colin Osborne, I think. 2 wins from his next 3 matches, you'd say, yeah, I'd have to take that. But we're not giving out wins here.
140.
We're giving out opportunities for wins, which you have to take. It's like that old saying from the Bible.
100.
And I'm not religious myself, but there are certain bits of philosophy within the good book that make sense. They say that God doesn't give you courage. He gives you opportunities to be courageous.
41.
Well, we don't give
Colin,
you wins, but we give you
120.
opportunities to win.
$44.
Plenty of opportunities this year.
160.
And I know the players are very, very appreciative for all of the chances they've been given, considering what's happened the last couple of years.
40. Colin, you require 76.
This would be a nice first leg. If he takes double 8.
Game shot on the
That
first
is very
leg.
steady.
Colin Osborne.
18 darts, which is in the mid-80s average-wise. To take that leg with the 76 at the end. A good, steady
Second leg, it's
start.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
He will want more. Or indeed, he will want less darts to use for a leg. Because in darts, less is more.
42.
It's been another one of those years where players who have played in the live
100.
league have done brilliantly elsewhere. Just look at what Scott's done, picking up that British Open title. I'm going to mention that a lot because I know how much it means to him. But Jim Williams,
60.
who's won a phase here, indeed he won phase 3, beating Colin Sherrick in the final. He is going to the tour for the next 2 years.
100.
He's going to the Grand Slam next week. He's going to the World Championship next month. As, of course, is the person he beat in that phase 3 final, Colin Sherrick.
55.
She hasn't played bad this year. She's done very well here. And, of course, done brilliantly elsewhere by making the final in Copenhagen. And finally getting her
91.
place back at the Palace. A draw for that tournament will take place in a few weeks' time, and I, for one, can't wait. It's one of the best days of the year, watching the World Championship draw. Now, Osborne does have a 170 recorded
38.
in a live league match this year.
Colin, you require 170.
Does he fancy another? What a lie. Go on, Colin. Have a go.
145.
You can't not go for that. It was a great, great try. I know many a player who would have gone for a big 10 there. But not our Colin.
96. Colin, you require 25.
He's going to leave himself double 8 again. Solid 9. Double 4.
21.
Scott Marsh's form today is starting to worry me. He doesn't look himself so far today. But one thing he could potentially count on is a late surge in this group. We'll come back to that point.
Colin, you require 4.
Because Osborne has double 2. I thought that was in for a second. That one is.
Game shot on the second leg.
And there is
Colin
living
Osborne.
proof that the dart that you throw previously can help your next shot, because he displaced that dart and
Third
squeezed
leg,
it in
it's
the
Colin
double
to throw
2.
First. Game on.
After watching the finals on Saturday night with Chris Mason in the chair, he was talking about Sean Griffiths having a horrendous
100.
start to Group B, losing his first 3 matches, and then he went on to win the rest of his matches. And that got him through to the finals on leg difference. So,
58.
even if Marsh was to lose this one, all wouldn't be lost. He could put in a massive surge from here and still win this group.
60.
He may need a few results to go his way now and again. May need a slice of fortune game by game, but you just never know. We have seen people have bad starts
96.
and compete. But it doesn't do you any good to start with 3 defeats. It's not good for the confidence. That intangible, almost untouchable thing called confidence.
140.
Just ask Colin Osborne's pal Glenn Durrant, who we're all thinking about right now, who is really struggling with his game. And we all hope
100.
he can find just little smidgens of confidence over the next few weeks before he goes to the World Championship. Nobody likes to see a great player struggling. I'd be amazed
88.
if Osborne has not been in touch with Glenn, just to give his old Teesside pal a little bit of friendship. And as a darts family, because that's what we are, that's what we should all do for Glenn right now. Just give him a little bit of a smile, a little bit of a pep up now
97.
and again. He's a good bloke.
Colin, you require 113.
Treble 19. Leaves double 18 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg.
Someone has
Colin
woken up all of a
Osborne.
sudden. 113 checkout, and that's the biggest checkout of the match so far, dwarfing that 76 we saw in leg 1. And he is
Fourth
now
leg,
one
it's Scott
leg
to
away
throw
from a
first.
bagel. It's enough to make you hungry.
97.
Congratulations to everybody who played well at County Darts this weekend. Some of our live league players were in action. Indeed, Scott Williams, someone who was
82.
involved in Champions Week of Phase 5 and did very, very well. In fact, had the biggest average of the weekend for his county of Lincolnshire, over 113.
81.
So congratulations to the man who likes to wear yellow socks.
45.
Plenty of other good performances as well. And a couple of the best performances by male players came from our 2 graduates of the Challenge Tour last year, who were 2 of the best players we had in the Live League in 2020. Dave Evans and Richie Edhouse. Just had the equivalent of a maximum from Scott Marsh.
97.
3 big trebles to leave himself
Scott, you
146.
require 146.
So it looks like he may just stop us getting our first bagel of the day, and indeed for the week.
$99.
Turns out to be a decent visit. Osborne will not think that there's any way back from a 230-point deficit.
125. Scott, you
I think he's
require
right.
47.
But it does depend on Marsh first.
27.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Colin, you require 152.
I wouldn't put this past him. I would now. 37% on the doubles in this match. 3 hits from 8.
Scott,
But Marsh
you require 20.
has not hit many doubles today. In fact, he's only hit 2.
Game shot
Now
on the
he's got his
fourth
third.
leg. Scott Marsh.
But he has to fight really hard from this position if he doesn't want to be defeated by 4 legs to 1 for a 3rd straight game.
5th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Cast your mind back quite a few years. In fact, I think it was 12 years ago now,
60.
where Osborne played against Whitlock in a match that was billed by Sky Sports here in the UK as the Wizard versus the Wizard. As a consequence
100.
of Simon Whitlock beating Colin Osborne, he went with the nickname Aussie for a while. And he thought that
59.
it was all right to step aside and let the Wizard of Oz have the nickname. Well, this whole business of nicknames for more than one player,
80.
the debate just rages on, doesn't it? Osborne and Whitlock, the Wizard. You've got 2 Icemen. You've got so many dynamites, it's borderline explosive.
60.
You've got 2 Ginger Ninjas now. But what we have is 1 Marshy. I mean, that's original. I just think you can do better, Scott. Not that there's anything wrong with your nickname, but I just think you can do better than that. We have a King of the Castle today with Jared Cole, and he plays next against the Prince of Wales, of which there are 2.
100.
Because Louis Williams now has the Prince of Wales as well. I don't think there's going to be another asset.
98.
Although I've been wrong before. If someone did want to do that, I'd take it as a compliment. But for a while, we just called Colin
38.
Aussie. Because of his second
Scott, you require
name, of course,
140.
being Osborne. Things are changing in this game. Just when you
100.
think Colin is cantering towards 2 points for the first time today, Marsh has said, "Not just yet, pal."
140.
But he has to be clinical
Scott,
on the
you
doubles for the
require
first
40.
time. Double 10.
Game
Oh,
shot on
that's
the
just
5th
about
leg.
in.
Scott Marsh.
But it is probably his best visit at the doubles today so far. 1 visit to take care of 40 points, and he is moving in the right direction.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just a bit of a symptom of this group and the players in it.
140.
Nobody's been bageled yet. And even when people do get to 3-0 up, it's not easy.
60.
We've had certain groups where people have qualified through modern amateur darts and they've been ultra
100.
competitive. Just think about someone like Connor Scutt, a brilliant player that I didn't know about until this year. And he is firmly on my radar now.
100.
And another one for you. How about Ryan Furness? We're going to see him again in Group B later this week. Again, I did not know anything about him until maybe 3 weeks ago.
$97.
Osborne needs a maximum here. Marsh has got form when it comes to winning from 3-0 down.
140.
Against great players. He's done it
Scott,
against
you
Burnett.
require
I've already mentioned that today.
164.
In order to have that chance, he's got to take 164 in 6. I'd go 25 again here.
No.
Trouble 19's blocked.
95.
The contrast in facial expressions there between Osborne and Marsh. That was a bit of a picture.
94.
Picture of focus from Osborne. Massive smile from Marsh. But I think he did the right thing there.
$85.
I'm not really sure how Osborne got that last start
Scott,
in.
requires 70.
He'll be glad he did. Tops for a level game.
30.
Now that last start really
Colin, you
counts
require
to give Osborne a
160.
chance to win the match. Perfect. Tops. Loves it here.
96.
But doesn't win.
Scott, you require 40.
Tops for Marsh. He needs a second bite of the cherry again. When he misses by a mile. Not so much there. And he hasn't
30.
found a way.
Colin, you
I
require
did say that you
20.
need slices of fortune now and again to win a match. Maybe this is what Osborne needed just to get over the line. Needs to give it a go.
No score.
And the first one was just a little bit of a blocker, maybe.
Scott, you require
That's
10.
4 darts for the match gone. Left or right?
Game
Underneath.
shot, 6th leg. Scott
Well,
Marsh.
I obviously don't know how Scott's darts behave because I was certain that was blocking the green bed. It wasn't. It's 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
What more could possibly go wrong for Osborne in this match? 3-0 up. Playing
60.
well. He's missed 4 match darts. He's now got the throw in the last leg. And if he was to lose the last leg on the throw, that would just be salt in the wound. And not just a pinch.
38.
It would feel like a cup full of salt. But the good thing for Osborne is that the darts of Marsh are not being planted into the board
95.
with the conviction that we associate with Scott. He's just had a wicked deflection into the small 18. And that very rarely happens.
40.
There is no worse feeling as a dart player being in a last leg decider and your game goes missing and you don't know why.
45.
In fact, when you're practicing at home and you're not playing well, not understanding why it's happening is a horrible feeling.
40.
And 3-8-3 after 9 for Scott will make him feel sick. I think we're seeing the results
100.
of 2 straight defeats at the start of play today for these guys. They do not want to make it 3. This is better.
139.
Gets himself a little bit closer to Osborne. But it's not time to relax yet, Colin. He knows that with all of that experience that he has. And look what happens when Scott Marsh taps him on the shoulder. He finds a 177 at the exact right time.
$43.
He carved out this chance.
Colin, you require
And he's now
24.
got as many darts as he wants. Double three.
Game,
Oh, it was
shot,
aggressive.
And the match.
There were
Colin
so
Osborne.
many permutations in that throw where a lot of people would say, get rid of it, bust the score, go back for double 12 next time. But he fancied it, and double three gets him the win eventually with an 84 average and 27% on the checkouts. It wasn't a great game, but you saw the relief on Osborne's face as he gets his first 2 points of the day. We are going to see Jared Cole and Richie Burnett next to close off round 3. Hello all, and welcome back to our coverage of the Online Darts Live League here. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson. So let's go forward with Jared Cole up against Richie Burnett next. It's been a good day for Jared. 1 win, 1 loss, but he's trending in the right direction. As far as Richie is concerned, very consistent indeed. That will please him, but there are gears left to find.
First leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Just going through their first couple of games then. 86 average in his first game against Chris Gilliland.
97.
A 4-2 defeat for Jared. But then he flipped things around by defeating Connor Scutt by 4 legs to 2. Resulting in a leg difference of even at this point. Chris Gilliland has remained
81.
undefeated somehow. Connor Scutt missing a bucketful of match darts in a couple of legs
58.
against the Northern Irishman. So he cashed in his 6th point of the day. And if Burnett can find another win, he will keep pace with the Northern Irishman at the top of the table.
78.
But that's what Jared Cole does not want. He doesn't want to lose to Richie and fall 4 points behind at this early stage.
97.
Now, he's played Richie lots of times this year. They've played 11 times through different phases, different months.
60.
They played twice in June, 4 times in August, and 5 times in September.
180.
So they took October off, and they're back in November again doing battle on this hockey.
140.
And he has won 7 of their 11 meetings, so he obviously likes playing against Richie. And there's more proof of it,
on the first leg.
because a 14 darter from Jared Cole is the ideal start. Bang, bang, just like that.
Richie to throw first. Game
Sends a message to Burnett that he's not going to have it all his own way in this one.
$140.
Still the best performance of the day came from Gilliland, beating Osborne, averaging 97.
58.
However, Burnett's consistency in his first couple of games, it makes for really good reading. Any dart player would much rather average 93 twice
83.
than average, say, 82 and 100. The one thing that dart players strive
58.
for is a high level of consistency. And Richie's had that for pretty much 30 years.
100.
I have been doing a lot of research recently ahead of the World Championship. Just looking at old finals.
58.
And I've come across some incredible footage of some amazing darts paraphernalia and attire.
58.
I think my favourite was a pre-final interview with John Part when he was freezing next to the lake.
85.
He definitely showed how Canadian he was in that interview,
require
because he didn't look like it was cold
120.
at all. That looks good. That's very safe.
85.
And that one's all right, because he's been deadly on double 16 so far today, so maybe that's the universe's way of saying, go down to the other side of the board, Richie.
100.
You're not supposed to win legs on tops. You're supposed to win on double 16.
35.
Let's find out.
3.
The universe was wrong on this occasion.
Jared to require 142.
6 17s would have left tops.
84.
He gets 2 of them on top of a bullseye to leave a 2-darter.
Richie require 32.
You don't assume that Richie's going to miss,
Game shot
because
the
he
second
won't.
leg. Richie
1 leg
Burnett.
all in this one. They have played each other so many times that they know all of the different idiosyncrasies about their play. So now we're in best of 5.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first.
And one of the things I can tell you about all of their previous meetings is that
60.
nobody at any point at the end of a match has averaged 100 or more. In fact, when you look at the winning averages in this corresponding fixture,
180.
as we get Richie's first 180 of the match,
140.
I've got to say that the averages are not that impressive. Now, that's not me casting dispersions against the players. They're great players. But for some reason,
85.
there have been some real stinkers in here. For instance, the second meeting between Jared and Richie, he won that easily by 4 legs to 0, but
95.
Jared did not play well there. But in his wins against Richie, he's got averages like 94, 82, 88.
125.
There's a 90 in there, another 82, and you think, maybe they just play each other when they know they've got to play well, and they put too much
98.
pressure on themselves.
Richie require 111.
Let's see what happens at the end of leg 3.
51.
Nothing to smile
Jared
about, really.
require 108.
Does Jared make him frown? Not just now.
56.
So this single 20,
Richie requires 60.
it'd be better if it was high. Not that high.
Yeah.
58 left. That one had him perplexed, and me too. But at least double top is clean.
40.
But not taken. I should have
Jared
said snatched.
require 52.
Bit of a weightlifting reference there. Oh, but Jared Cole is the jerk. Another weightlifting reference there as he takes the third leg. Well, that was a bit of a steal. A somewhat unexpected leg win there for JC.
First. Game on.
Cole averaging 88.
95.
Burnett 87. We're seeing more frustration in this fixture. Cole, one of those players, of course, that played in the Live League in 2020 as well, when we were stuck in our own homes during the pandemic.
60.
And I know for a fact that there are people within the darting community who are struggling with COVID right now. So, to all of those people
56.
around Europe and the world who are struggling with COVID, we send our very best your way.
$100.
You might think that Richie has no right to be disappointed with that ton, but he lives by very high standards. Or maybe he just knew that Jared was going to hit his second 180 right there. In all of their matches, they've had every possible result.
100.
A 4-1, a 4-0, a 4-2 and a 4-3. Which one is going to get found again? Another one of those would have left double 16.
94.
Richie Burnett will not go the same way.
Richie require 146.
Will he stay there? Oh, I think that was in the 60 if that dart was not already there, because that was a violent collision. That's the pitfall of having that shot.
64.
You think you can nestle the second one in,
Jared require
but there's a
53
23-gram piece of tungsten in your way. Double 16.
36.
Oh, that's a big chance missed from Cole.
Richie require 82.
Like his namesake Andy, he can't find the back of the net.
25 score.
Tops for 2-2.
62.
Big chance for Cole. And when he was winning
Jared
Group A
requires 16.
in Phase 4, he was bossing double 8. And he finds double 4. Third dart syndrome right there, because just when Richie Burnett thinks he's going to get another chance, Cole plants the third dart into the double 4, and there he is, 3-1 up.
It's Jared to throw first.
I do believe Jared's got a new dart shirt on today with that nickname emblazoned on the back, King of the Castle. He'll probably be hoping at some point in his life he has a castle. Something
66.
a bit more palatial than the toy that I had as a kid, where I had the Castle of Grayskull and a He-Man figure with a Skeletor as well. They were the days.
100.
Jared, of course, is from Hertfordshire, a great county. just outside of London on the north side, just to paint a picture for our viewers from outside of the UK. It's on the periphery of the M25 Ring Road. One of the most infuriating roads in existence. But Hertfordshire has bred some incredible dart players over the years. The West brothers, of which Steve is one of my best pals, and one of Jared's as well. But I suppose top of the all-time list when it comes to Hertfordshire dart players, you'd have to say Dennis Ovens, really.
96.
The man with one of the driest senses of humour in darts history. Got to go downstairs, Richie.
99.
Well thought out. He almost went upstairs, which could have cost him. But this could cost him the points for the first time today. Double 16.
74. Richie requires
that is the first match dart that Richie Burnett has faced all day. He is about to face more.
140.
Good pressure, but it should be too late.
Require 32.
Double 8.
And
Jared Cole does find another victory against Richie Burnett. It's a 4-1 scoreline, and that very much gets him back in the frame, in the table. It's a good display without being spectacular, but that really does describe their head-to-head record in the Online Darts Live League this year. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. As far as the next game is concerned, as I find my sheet in front of me, I'm not going to get lost here next to this desk, but it's Connor Scutt against Colin Osborne as we start round 4. When we categorise the next two players and the day they're having so far, you'd probably have to say the glass is half empty as opposed to half full. But after match number 4 for them today, it could be more full. There you see Osborne and Scutt in 4th and 5th positions after 3 matches played for everybody. And 2 points for either. We'll see them equalised with Cole and Burnett on for the time being, of course.
First leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
just to break down Group A, because you don't want to get ahead of yourself in this group. You don't want to be thinking about Wednesday on a Monday. But you don't want to play yourself out of it on a Monday. You don't want to walk away with no points.
140.
Because if you do walk away with no points on a Monday, you're pretty much out of it already. Because someone's going to walk away with 8.
100.
You would assume they are anyway. 6 at the very least. But you've got to get wins on a Monday. Tuesday, you've got to be in position.
60.
Wednesday, you strike. If you're going to have your strongest day, make it Wednesday. But you have to have steady days on Monday and Tuesday to start
100.
with. That brings me to these two guys. 1 win, 2 defeats. And especially Connor Scutt
100.
will somehow be smarting from the fact that he has lost twice. He started with a win against Scott Marsh. It was good
89.
enough. He lost to Jared Cole. He missed a few doubles. And ultimately, Jared did deserve to win that match. But Connor will be livid that he lost to Chris Gilliland.
85.
The only way he can fix things is to win the next match.
67. Colin, you
He's
require
just missed double 9 for the first leg. And Osborne, who hit this check out in his last match, is looking for it once again via a different route.
36. Connor, you require 18.
Straight for it. Ooh, double 2.
14. Colin, you
He's
require
making errors
40.
that I haven't seen from him the last few weeks.
Game shot on the
And Osborne
first
takes
leg.
effect
Colin Osborne.
on double 10. But the worrying thing for Osborne so far today is that his double top shooting has not been as prime as it has the last few months.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
But like they say, if you're good at tops and you like to leave tops, make sure you're good at double 10 as well. Because you don't know when you're going to need it.
180.
He has got a break a throw in the bank now, has Colin. A man who I look at right now and it looks like he hasn't
100.
aged in the last 10 years. What's your secret, Colin? What is your secret? And I'm not talking about skincare anymore.
180.
I'm talking about proficiency on the treble 20. He had a crack
Colin, you
at one a little bit earlier.
141.
He has hit one this year. He's not going to bank a second like James Richardson did.
60.
But this is a hot start. After the missed doubles of Connor in leg 1, Osborne has pounced.
140. Colin, you require 81.
Treble 10. Possibly treble 18, was it, for double 4?
41.
There you see the Anderson route. The Gary Anderson route for 62. He likes to leave doubles at the top of the board as opposed to doubles at the bottom of the board.
105. Colin, you require 40.
So he chose tops to leave.
Game
And
shot
there
the
you have a
second leg.
clean, crisp
Colin
tops
Osborne.
and a 13-dart hold and a 2-0 lead in no time at all. He is striking like Bernie Slavin for Middlesbrough.
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure some of our younger viewers will be thinking, who's Bernie Slavin? Might want to go back a few years.
140.
He was around well before Janino and those kinds of players for Middlesbrough. Very good striker as well.
60.
And Colin Osborne, a very good sports person. Very handy with a golf club. Very handy with a dart.
180.
Very handy with a ping pong paddle, apparently. Try and say that a few times when you've had a few on a Saturday night. Ping pong paddle, apparently.
90.
But yeah, word on the street is that Colin Osborne's really good at table tennis. But then again, a few dart players are.
96.
Including the other wizard, Simon Whitlock. One thing I can tell you, off the cuff, is that the best table tennis player in darts that I've seen is Vincent van der Voort. That leaves 73. And all will be good in the world if Connor takes tops himself for a 13-darter in his next visit. He's got 35 scored.
95.
And he did the right thing there because the single would have left 156.
40.
Double 10, don't miss it.
Game shot.
Very well heeded there, Connor. The break back, very much needed. And with Colin Osborne getting himself into the finishing zone with 116 left, you don't want to be missing things like that.
Throw first. Game on.
One of the things that you might want to ask us on social media would start with this line. Which dart player is the best at, you could say, golf, table tennis, football.
57.
You could say talking. I wouldn't want to be the mediator in a talk-off between Rob Cross and Alex Roy.
140.
They could really put the world to rights. People sometimes accuse Rob Cross of not being the smartest tool in the box. Oh, that's so wrong. He is very, very clever. Same goes for Alex Roy as well. Someone that Colin knows very well. Very much from his era of PDC darts. I wonder what Alex Roy's doing these days. He was a scaffolder by trade.
100.
When he wasn't playing darts. But Osborne is having another crack. And the way he's played this year, he's going to have a lot of people thinking he can get through Q School in January. And I am one of them. I would love to see Colin back at the top.
140.
And I know for a fact that Connor's going there. That's not even up for debate for me. Very good. Double 18. It's been a good quality game, this one. And the quality is even better than what we've seen all day long. That 61 checkout for Osborne, I'm sure, takes his average very close to 100 now.
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
And it does. 101.5. And Scutt is raising his level.
60.
94.5 from him currently. It's the first time today at this stage that he's averaged over 90.
60.
He's going to have to be really accurate. Sniper-like, you could say it. Over the next 3 legs if he is going to get the win from this position.
135.
The reinvention of Colin Osborne is quite something. The way he throws now is very
80.
different to how he threw 10 years ago when he was picking up his last PDC title in Germany in beating James Richardson in the final in Gladbeck.
129.
But he has reinvented his throw. He looks a lot smoother now.
105.
And you can't count him out of getting back to the top. can't get to the top of the table
Scored yet.
today in this match, but he can get closer.
95.
Great double switch. And if Connor
Connor, you
doesn't hit this, he
require
might be in all
76.
sorts of bother with his leg difference.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on the
great.
fifth leg. Connor
Really good
Scutt.
stuff from Connor Scutt to take the 76 into textbook stuff.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Osborne with
Game
his
on.
1 win today against Scott Marsh in match 8. Won by a very fine margin after being 3-0 up.
140.
He does not want to go to leg 7 again. One of the things I admire about these
85.
two is that every game I've watched them play this year, they've used exactly the same kit. We've seen an abundance of players
140.
in World Darts this year, flip-flopping between different sets. But not these two. They know exactly what they want to use. When they wake up in the morning,
100.
Connor knows he's using the Simon Whitlock dart, the moulded L-style flight, and the short stem. Osborne previously in his career used to use a pencil-style dart, short stem, and a pear-shaped flight. But with this reinvention of his game,
97.
he has changed to a longer setup with a bigger flight to give himself more drag in the air. And it works.
95. Colin, you require 124.
6 darts from 124 to get himself to 4 points in the table. And to get closer to evening out
39.
his leg difference, which is currently at -3.
$57. Colin, you require 85.
Might still get 6 from here. He does have to go for it.
46.
Well, he wants that one back.
Connor, you require 164.
He's probably thinking now, I wish I'd gone for a 10 or an 18, but
57.
he paid Connor respect by
Colin,
going
you
for it because
require
we know that Connor can
39.
hit shots like that. So it is a match dart for Colin Osborne.
Game,
And it is the match
and the
to
match.
Colin Osborne,
Colin
who
Osborne.
wins by 4 legs to 2 and stops that possibility of going to leg 7 this time. Just gets rid of it a little bit quicker. So, with one person at the foot of the table in Scott Marsh with 0 points, Connor Scutt now is demoted to 5th position and stays on 2. Even though he has his best statistical performance of the day, it's Colin Osborne who has the best overall average of anybody today so far. Congratulations, Colin. You're now on 4 points. So, next, Richie Burnett against Chris Gilliland. So, can Chris get to 8 points from a possible 8? Hello and welcome back to the final third of our action here today at the Online Darts Live League. It's been a good day so far, and we've already seen a very good performance from Colin Osborne, which has touched the 100 average, but not quite getting over it. Will we see a little bit more of that kind of darts from Gilliland and Burnett next? Maybe. But we don't know if Richie is ready. He might have a problem with his eye. But let's have a look at the table. Chris Gilliland at the top, 3 wins from 3. Leg difference of +5. It's been good so far today. But the fact of the matter is, in the last match, Chris Gilliland did not deserve to win it. Well, he took it to leg 7, and he managed to sneak it away from Connor Scutt. But as far as Jared Cole is concerned, if you put him there, and he has a look at it right now, he will be very, very pleased with what he will see, because he's not played his best by any means yet. Richie Burnett has played some good, consistent stuff so far, but 4 points for him from 3 games. Well, I suppose we'll have to see how he stands after this next one to see how happy he is. The other 3, however, I think Osborne is going to be feeling a lot more chipper now after losing his first 2 games, but then winning the next 2. The first person to 4 points after 4 matches, of course. Well, he's going to feel a lot better about his chances of topping the table come the end of Wednesday. Scutt and Marsh have got a lot to do, particularly Marsh, who has not found much in the way of form today so far. He's going to play in the next match against Jared Cole, and you fancy if Scott Marsh does lose that match, then he could be in a lot of trouble. Then, after that, we go into 1 match left for all of the players. But before we do that, we are going to see, hopefully, Richie Burnett return to the hockey in due course. And we've got Richie Burnett back. About to take on the Northern Irishman, Chris Gilliland. Thank you for bearing with us there. So far, so good today for Chris.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
And if indeed Richie had got the win against Jared Cole in his last match, this would have been a battle of 2 undefeated players. So Jared has scuppered that.
140.
It's Burnett's chance to scupper now as he takes on the undefeated player. Now, before we go too deep into this match, which sees Gilliland get a maximum to start, had a few tweets about which dart player is best at, and we've had someone ask who's the best at beer pong.
140.
I can't say that I've ever seen a dart player play it, because it's more of an American thing, isn't it? Phil
100.
Bars has asked, well, he hasn't asked, he's told us who he thinks is the best at table tennis. He's saying Chizzy and Gedwin Price. Well, if they're better than Vincent van der Voort, I will eat my teacup.
40.
And my teacup is made of metal. And Brian Wybrow's been in touch. I do believe he is well associated with Connor Scutt. He has mentioned that Colin Osborne, of course, was a very, very good
21.
artist of the yo-yo. I completely forgot about that one. That is very true.
$60.
Don't see many people with a yo-yo anymore. But you're seeing a lot more young people with 3 darts in their hand. Especially now with all of the money involved.
140.
But you have to play for the enjoyment
Richie
of the game, and if you have that enjoyment, you can play for as long as Richie has. That's in for a bullseye shot.
Game shot.
And Richie Burnett takes the lead with a 15-darter. So whatever it was that delayed the start of our game, he's put it right. And what a beautiful Tum Plus checkout to start this match
Second
off.
leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
This is the time of year where it gets really cold in the UK. Cold by
41.
our standards, anyway. I once remember Canadian dart player Kenny McNeil saying to me that this isn't cold. I do scaffolding in minus 35 in Canada.
60.
Yes, Kenny, that's very cold. But when you're walking to a darts venue, it's really important to have a good pair of gloves. The last thing you need are cold hands.
120.
All of the experience of Burnett.
140.
I'm sure he's very well versed in getting ready for different challenges and different climates. I've done an exhibition with Richie actually in the valleys.
134.
The very next day, one of the biggest snowstorms to hit this country hit me on the M4 motorway, and I somehow came through it.
60.
Spent a lot of time with Richie that night, and it was nothing short of hysterical. We were, of course, reflecting on his favourite poem. Yes.
100.
Richie Burnett has a favourite poem. I'm not going to recite it because we don't have enough time for it. But it was written by Private Baldrick. I'll let you put two and two together.
60. Chris should require 106.
He's looking fairly bereft right now, is Burnett. If you want to feel better, Richie, just look at the scoreline.
67.
Well, he didn't really need to go for that there. A couple of occasions in this Group AD has gone for the bullseye when he doesn't need to.
136.
And it might just cost
Chris
him a
should
dart
require
at double.
39.
He's already had one, of course, at the bullseye, but it didn't scare it. Double 12. That could be awkward.
Game
Oh,
shot
what
the
do I
second
know?
leg. Chris
Oh,
Gilliland.
if it's in the way, when you've got Chris Gilliland's darts in your hands, just tell it to get out of the way. That was a special dart from Chris to equalise at 1-1.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
If you think that darts can't be moved, think again. Some players I've seen prop darts
41.
up. I've seen Jim Williams do that a lot with some of his scoring on the 60, but right there, Chris Gilliland on that double 12 pushed his own dart down to create more room for the open shot.
85.
And Northern Irish darts over the last few years
85.
really has been having a bit of a renaissance, you would say. Dolan, always brilliant, particularly over the last 2 or 3 seasons.
180.
Darryl Gurney, 2-time major champion, of course. And Mickey Mansell, who at this point in time we all wish very, very well. He's going under the knife for surgery this week, we hear. He's decided to have it done even when his tour privileges are at risk. Everybody in the darts community wishes Mickey Mansell very well. He's a great guy. And we hope you recover really quickly, Mickey.
55. Chris should require
After losing the first leg on a
96.
1-2-1 checkout, Gilliland has been the better player. Double 9.
87.
I don't know how you would categorise that visit. It started well, but ended with a bit of a whimper.
60. Chris should require
Now he just
9.
wants to get rid of this leg. For a 14 darter.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Chris Gilliland.
could have been so much better, but he won't care. He's now 2-1 ahead. And this is how you take care of 9.
Fourth leg, it's
Just
Chris
one
to
of those
throw
checkouts
first. Game on.
that gets no attention in practice. If you're looking for something different to do in practice today, you may even be practicing when you're watching this.
134.
Which is a very good thing to do, I might add. Instead of practicing 80 checkouts and 95s and 121s and things like that, why don't you set yourself a target
100.
of finishing 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11 all in a row? And if you fail at any point, you go back to the start.
140.
So there you have a practice game from the asset for a Monday. You just don't know when you're going to need a 9 checkout
100.
or a 7 or a 3. We've seen a 3 from Connor Scutt today. We've seen a 9 checkout from Chris Gilliland. So they do come into play. So practice them.
140.
Scoring from Chris over the last couple of legs. Stuff of dreams. And that's why his average is climbing over 100 now.
60.
And Burnett is starting to flail. This time he doesn't go 20 bull
47.
with his opponent sitting on 241. It was the right play from the Ginger Ninja. And after the perfect start today with 2 wins from 2, Richie Burnett is staring down the barrel of 2 consecutive
45.
defeats.
Chris should require 40.
Tops.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Chris
leg.
Gilliland is
Chris
starting
Gilliland.
to impose himself in Group A. Is he going to be the man to catch come a couple of days' time? Well, right now,
Fifth
he is the
leg,
best.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
102 average to Richie's 86. And very much like Colin Osborne in the last match, he is putting his foot down a little bit.
66.
Just received word that Richie lost his contact lens at the start of play, hence our small delay. So apologies for that, but it's very important for the dart players to be able to see.
121.
Makes what Ryan Searle does on the professional tour even more
83.
remarkable, because he can barely see a thing. But sometimes your sight is a bit of an investment in darts. We've seen players go from no glasses to glasses,
140.
from glasses to having no glasses. Someone like Wes Newton, for instance, you wouldn't think he'd wear glasses, but he always wore contact lenses.
60.
Kevin Painter never wore glasses, but he invested in having sharper eyesight, and he got surgery shortly after I did.
58.
And it worked pretty well for him. Look at this. Richie expected Chris to hit that maximum, which would have been his third.
116.
Just got to hit the right-hand side of the bed now. And Gilliland will fancy that it could be match over. Could be his best performance of the day.
52. Chris should require 78.
He's not failed to average under 93 so far, but this is way better.
72.
2 match darts missed.
Richie requires 64.
Double eight. Double eight.
Yes.
Well, he had to step
on the
back.
fifth leg.
I wasn't sure it was in to start with. It was, and so is the double 8. The 64 checkout makes Chris Gilliland think a little bit. Just in the background there,
Sixth leg, it's Chris to throw.
he was hoping he was going to get another chance to win by 4 legs to 1, but no such luck.
28.
I've talked about Richie Burnett losing from 3-0 up against Scott Marsh before, but what about his fighting qualities? I may have raised this point once before.
100.
But I love talking about it because I remember as a 16-year-old kid watching Burnett win the world title and thinking, this is the first of plenty.
140.
He hasn't won another. And if you had said to Richie when he lifted that title in 95 that he would not win another, he would have said, you are having a laugh. He did, of course, get close. He lost to Beaton the following year. And Steve Beaton was undoubtedly the best player in that tournament. Hard to believe that was 25 years ago.
100. Richie require 87.
Seems like a long time ago that Chris Gilliland was sitting on a match dart. Double 18 to take us all the way.
51.
Look on the bright side, Richie. Gilliland is not on a finish.
58.
Looks like we're going the distance for the second match in a row in a Gilliland match. Are we?
4.
We might not. That double that gave him that title in 1995 has cost him leg 6. Well, it hasn't cost him
40.
the leg potentially now because he's getting another visit at a different double.
32.
How does he see this?
No score.
The flights are on the floor,
and
Richie may be on the floor himself. If Gilliland finds the knockout punch. 77 left. He has a choice to make. Is it treble 19? It was. He did have the option of treble 15 there, which would have left double 16.
Richie require 32.
So, take 4. He could have taken this leg in 11 darts.
Come on, man.
24.
And he has not taken it in 21. 10 missed darts to win leg 6. And Gilliland needs 1 to win it. That is just typical of the way that things are going for Chris Gilliland today. People have faltered and he has had the opportunity to take it. The average for Gilliland came down by at least 9 points over the last couple of legs, but it's still a consistent 40% on the checkouts with a decent 93 average in the end. So he has now got 8 points from a possible 8. He could get the perfect 10 if he wins his next match against Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh is about to grace our presence again, and he's up against Jared Cole, who isn't doing too badly today. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Monday in Group A. And one of two things is about to happen with our last match of round 4. Someone is about to get off the mark, or the other person will get a very valuable 2 points to get to 6 for the day. Scott Marsh is at the foot of the table. He has not played well so far today, but if he can get out of this group today with 4 points going into Tuesday, he will feel stupendous.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
He will have to book a trend though, and that is based on his form.
140.
His average over the course of the day has been the worst. Games where he's averaged 85, 79,
96.
and 76. You feel against Jared, who has played consistently in the mid to high 80s. Marsh is going to have to find a higher level.
91.
And when I see this fixture, it brings a bit of a smile to my face because both of these players played last year in the Live League.
60.
Marsh played from his garage, and Jared played from his conservatory. They were the days. I'd like to say they were the days, but they weren't. They were horrible days. We were stuck in the house, but we were lucky to play darts.
96.
Words can't express how the Live League helped me through the pandemic. If it wasn't for that, I would have gone stir crazy. I guarantee you that. I am supremely grateful for what it gave me. And I know that these two guys would echo that.
99.
Good stuff from Jared, but Scott has found some scoring power at the start of this one. 2 10s for him.
36.
And Jared has an outside chance of stealing
Jared, you require 150.
Hello. Goodbye.
85.
Such an inviting
Scott,
second
you require 20.
potential dart.
Game shot on the first leg.
It doesn't come, but
Scott
double 10
Marsh.
does, and Scott Marsh is in the lead. I don't think that is the first... is that the first time today he's been in the lead? I think it might be. That's the kind of day he's had.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
You just don't expect someone to take their first lead
140.
in their 4th match. It was so improbable that I was second-guessing myself there.
80.
But then again, we do cover a lot of matches here at the Online Darts Live League. In fact, 105 per week.
60.
There will be 15 per player in Group A. It will be 10 per player in Group C and 8 per player in Group B.
140.
And then you will be hoping to play 4 matches on Saturday night, because if you are, you'll at least be in the semi-finals.
80.
And don't forget, at the end of Saturday night, if you make it there and you win on Saturday night, like Brian Roman did, you can bank £2,000 as a bonus.
100.
Isn't it great that we've managed to get some players from outside the UK for a change?
85.
We might be able to do that again. You just don't know. You'll have to wait and find out. But we had to bring some of these guys back because of their experience and their quality.
168.
And that is quality, even though it's not what he was after.
Jared, you require 136.
It's another one of those checkouts you need to practice today. 13. I said you should practice 3, 5, 7, 9, 11.
Scott, you require 13.
Let's see what he can do with it. Double 2.
11.
Big chance missed for 2-0.
Jared, you require 40.
Jared takes tops. And
Jericho.
not after a little bit of a scare, because Scott Marsh should have doubled his lead. And because he didn't, Marsh does equalise at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
These guys have played each other a lot this year. In fact, 8 times. Jared has won 5, Scott has won 3. No possibility of a draw here at the Online Darts Live League. But the best game
60.
by a country mile was their game on the 24th of June. Jared averaged 101.07 and lost 4 legs to 1. Because on that day, Marsh averaged 103.7. One of his best performances on this hockey this year.
139.
Speaking of the word hockey, because someone who works in the game of darts will type that a lot into their smart devices, and I'm sick of it correcting
99.
it to ache. The hockey doesn't make you ache. Well, I suppose it could, if you keep losing. And that's what Scott does not want to feel.
58.
An hockey ache. $162.
126.
126. Got the numbers right, just the wrong way around. Here's Jared Cole getting the impetus in this match. He's got a break chance here. He's getting that first dart in that prime position more now than he was in his first 2 matches.
$60.
And he looks good to me.
Jared to require 36.
He may have got lucky to win leg 2. And he may have to get lucky to win leg 3.
Scott, you require 100.
How many times have we seen today players going into the wrong single, going for a double? Oh, this would sting.
100. Jared, you require 4.
And Jared's getting a shot at double 2 now. Oh, well, well, well. Pick a spot, commit to it, and throw it.
No score.
That first dart made things really difficult.
Scott, you
the second dart
40.
made it almost impossible. And Scott Marsh is licking his chops at this chance.
Game shot on the
and
third
somehow
leg.
he is
Scott
2-1
Marsh.
up. Jared Cole bossed that third leg, and he was just waiting for the ticker to go over to 2 to him. Well, unfortunately, it's 2-1 to Marsh.
Throw first.
But there's that perfect first dart. And look what happens when he finds it.
180.
Rhythm player, continuous action. When he gets that first dart right, all he's got to do is hit the flights and bank the maximum.
100.
Hold on a minute, JC. Do you want to join the club of 9?
100. Jared, you require 141.
Well, we've had plenty of attempts at a 9-darter today from Osborne and Cole.
94.
And from Burnett. Surely someone's going to hit one this week. We're due one.
$140.
My advice to you, Jared, is get rid of this now, because
47.
fiddling around with doubles earlier didn't help you in any way. Well, that's the way to do it. 11-darter. That's as good as we've seen today, apart from, of course, that 110-darter from Chris Gilliland. But it just looks more impressive from Jared. Not that I've got my favourite, because he's so quick.
$44.
If If Marsh goes down again, and he is stuck in 6th position, with Gilliland already at 8 points, Marsh is in trouble. By the end of today, he might be thinking about position in the table instead of trying to get first spot.
58. 96.
These guys don't live that far apart, actually. If you just circumvent the M25 motorway a little bit in a clockwise fashion.
96.
You can go from where Jared is to Orpington in less than an hour. On a good day, maybe 40 minutes.
81.
They've probably shared local venues for local tournaments before. But Scott has been playing a lot more steel tip darts over the last 2 years because his travels with this soft tip game have been halted by the pandemic.
'86.
There it is. There's that first dart. And wallop.
180.
It's basically predictable darts when he gets the first one right. You see it a lot from players who don't have a stopping point in their throw.
Jared to require 44.
This is a great performance from Jared Cole. Double 16. And that is a 44 checkout for a 14 dart break. And he now has the opportunity of getting 6 points from his first 4 games. You see, the 12 was just in.
6th leg, it's Jared to
The double 16
first.
was never in doubt. Averaging 99 here is Jared. And it's just getting better.
180.
Jared's last match of the day is against Colin Osborne. And Scott Marsh has got the small matter of Chris Gilliland.
100.
So Marsh's plight is looking pretty bleak.
140.
Oh, I thought he was going to do it again. I thought he was going to set up another 9 chance. He'll forget about that really quickly. And we'll focus on the task at hand of getting rid of 181 between 4 and 6 darts.
89.
It's good. I don't think Jared's going to be happy unless he banks 8 points. And if he does, he may top the table,
Jared,
but he would need a bit of help
92.
from Scott. 17 leaves the bull.
58.
And that one was pulled.
Scott, you require 161.
How small can he leave this number? That's perfect.
137.
When you can't take the 161, that's all he can ask for.
34.
He had some problems on the next door neighbour a little bit earlier, and he's got problems again.
18.
Scott Marsh should have lost this match by now.
Scott, you require 24.
But he could still win it.
Game
Especially now he's hit that double 6. Because it's his turn for a 14 dart break. But, of course, it was JC that missed 2 match darts at double 17. So, 1 leg shootout for 2 points.
Final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
The mindset right now is, I have the
100.
darts. He's missed his chance. Make him pay for it. I don't really know what that says about me, but
100.
I'm sure most dart players would think the same.
$60.
If you're Jared, you're hoping that Scott makes a mistake, which 60 might be. Back in
140.
phase 4. when Jared Cole was winning Group A, he was the king, not just of the castle. He was the king of the 4-3s.
100.
7 times in that group, he won by 4 legs to 3. 7 times he came through in a last leg shootout. That takes real spirit. And for someone who has been heartbroken by last leg deciders in his career, even at his young age, that takes some guts. But he has to rely
102
on one more mistake from Scott Marsh to get a chance. It's got to be treble 14. I think that's a tactical mistake, going for a smaller bed. And Jared gets his chance once again.
Jared to require 59.
Double top.
49.
2 wire doubles. He can't believe they've missed.
Scott, you require 58.
So 4 darts over 2 legs, and he could have this game ripped away from him. On the double, he's missed. And that is it. Salt in the wound for Jared Cole. He remains on 4 points, but finally Scott Marsh gets off the mark, and he does so with his best performance of the day, defying an average from his opponent, 8 more than his. But 40% on the doubles, that is the key factor, and 4 match darts missed by JC. That tells the story. We're going to go into the last round of matches for today, and the first one we're going to see is Scutt against Burnett. This is a good fixture, so don't miss this one. Welcome back. It's time for our final round of matches for a Monday. So let's get cracking with Richie Burnett up against Connor Scutt. There you see a 4-point gap now for Chris Gilliland, who could have had that little chasm that he'd created with his last win over Richie Burnett closed to 2 points, but Jared Cole failed to do so as Scott Marsh got off the mark. As far as these two are concerned, They'll be thinking, one more win, and we'll take that for the day. But improvements will have to be made.
To throw first. Game on.
Particularly for Connor Scutt, who won't be used to having bad days in this room. The thing that makes it worse for Connor is that he started with 4-1 against Scott Marsh. Since then, he's lost 3 games. So there's only one way to fix things.
120.
And that is to win this one here. But for the day, Connor's averaged 87.28. 8 maximums, which is tied for the most with Chris Gilliland.
81.
The one thing that's really let him down, though, doubles. 23.9% for the day. That is well below par. And if you consider
60.
What he's done year to date, that is 12% down on what he's done. That is a lot.
67.
In fact, I would go so far to say that most players today have underperformed. I think Gilliland is in a class of his own.
100.
At this stage of the year, it's very easy to get ready for future challenges and practice too much. I go back
57.
a few years, and I remember Kevin Painter talking about a game he played with Brendan Dolan at Alexandra Palace. Brendan won the game, and afterwards Kevin said he was up there
140.
too tired. He had worked too hard on his game going into the longest tournament of the year and fell at the first hurdle.
26.
So you must get
Connor,
that nice
81.
mix right of rest and practice. Double 16.
Game shot on the
And that's a
first
good
leg.
start for Connor.
Connor Scutt.
15 darts, and that is the kind of stuff we have not been seeing from him today. Only in fits and starts, but that's a good beginning.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on. 140.
As for Richie's day, averaging 89.21. Only the 3 maximums from Richie, though. That's disappointing. Because in most of the groups that he frequents,
59.
he is the boss of the 180s. But not today. Only 25 and a bit % on his doubles as well, so he is a good few % down on his usual. In fact, around 10% down on what he's done for his previous
44.
batch of matches.
$140.
But Connor's in a much better place here in game number 5. And seems to be finding what was missing earlier.
80.
And when things aren't going your way,
Coming
that's the kind of thing that happens to Richie Burnett.
161.
When your dart collides and spikes like that.
137.
This is a great performance so far. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but if he keeps this going, it'll be the performance of the day so far.
85. Connor, you require 24.
You don't think he's going to miss?
Game shot
And
on
he
the
doesn't.
second leg.
He doesn't let
Connor
me down.
Scutt.
2 15 darters, 1 to break, halfway to victory. It's pretty simple. Do that again, and it might be good enough for the points. Apologies if there's a delay to the next leg. Everything
Third leg, it's
seems
Richie
to be okay
throw
now.
first. Game on.
Richie does seem to have a bit of a limp. I don't know whether he's struggling with something. He's definitely not himself in this game. He's not playing well.
44.
And this is where you've got to be merciless.
100.
Get the 2 points, get out of there. That's what I'd be saying to myself. We've seen innocuous injuries happen on the hockey. I don't think anybody's ever going to forget when Robert Thornton twisted his ankle in the Premier League. I don't like it when people laugh about that, though. I think if it happened to anybody, they would
57.
want a bit of sympathy. Twisting your ankles is not a nice experience. I myself have tweaked a rib when playing darts, and it was very uncomfortable.
121.
I somehow came through the match. But when you look at the throwing style of Connor Scutt, as he delivers that maximum, his first in this encounter, just look at the full extension of the arm and the body position of the players.
100.
It's not a natural movement.
Connor, you require 164.
Look at this. I really thought he was going to have a crack at that
121.
He could well
Richie,
get a look at that 43.
155.
This will be unexpected based on what we've seen in this game so far.
79. Connor, you require 43.
What does he fancy? Double 16. Looking good.
Game shot on the third
Looking
leg.
very good.
Connor
The average
Scutt.
climbs. It was at 100.2 after leg number 2. But now we're talking about something in excess of 100. Can he maintain it?
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
2 breaks of throw on the bank.
60.
And if Richie Burnett is struggling with some sort of pain in his lead
81.
leg, because it looks like that one is the leg he's limping on, that will be really sore. We've seen a couple of players this year
81.
with leg injuries. Dimitri Vandenberg, of course, and Robert Owen here at the Online Darts Live League, but they've both had leg braces on their trail leg, not on their lead leg.
83.
It's a whole different ball game when you can't put weight on your front leg.
100.
This sport is all about biased weight. For a right hander, all the weight is on their right side.
121.
Full props to Richie, who is grinding away as best he can. But Connor really wants this performance, this confidence-boosting
140.
performance for the next couple of days. And his first game tomorrow will be against Burnett. And we just hope he's okay.
100. Connor, you require 120.
To finish with an average of over 100, he needs to hit this. And he might.
Game
And he
shot
does.
And the match.
Well,
Connor
nothing
Scutt.
over 15 darts in that match, and that tells a very, very good story for him. Look at the way he found that second dart, surgically finding the 60 to leave tops. Not just the average, but the doubles were excellent as well. 101.9 with a 4-0 victory, and that is the first 4-0 that we've seen all day long. Not Richie's best performance, but he didn't look himself in that match. Hopefully he can come back tomorrow and play some better stuff. We're going to have our penultimate match of the day now. It could be a very close encounter between Jared Cole and Colin Osborne. Is it one of the third kind? Because they've only got 3 darts each. It is indeed the penultimate match of our Group A action for Monday. And it's another glimpse at Jared Cole, who has had some good spots today, but he's lost the last game. Can he win against Colin Osborne in match number 14? Cole wins, he gets to 6. Osborne wins, he gets to 6. Tight stuff as we get to the end of our schedule for a Monday. Marsh will have the chance to get to 4 if he can topple the table topper, that is Gilliland, and he's not going to be toppled by anybody by the end of play when it comes to the table that you've just seen. These guys have met 4 times before in the live league.
140.
Colin Osborne lost the first 2 against Jared Cole back in late May, early June.
98.
But then they played each other the next couple of days and Colin won both of them. So it's 2-2.
26.
This one is not going to be slow. We're talking about 2 very fast players, but looking back, Colin was never known as a fast player. He was known as very precise. He was almost priestly-like in his approach.
60.
But this evolution of Colin's game has made him play a quicker game. And I have to say, it suits him.
99.
Don't underestimate the engine
65.
that Colin has as well.
Jared, you require 104.
You don't win the Championship League of Darts back in 2009 without having an engine. Double 16 for Cole.
Game shot.
He's got an engine,
leg.
and it's very
Jared
quick.
Cole.
And all of a sudden, we're seeing 15 darters and 14 darters going in like nobody's business. We haven't seen much of that all day long.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
Not that I'm impugning the standard of play, because the standard has been fine. But it's been a bit sporadic.
85.
I really do expect the standard to be more consistent tomorrow.
43.
Don't forget, we will be back at 9:30 AM tomorrow morning. Same time, same place, same players, different order.
99.
And when we have our Group B action on Thursday night, we will be live on Sporty Stuff
100.
TV. That's from 10 PM, and that will be Thursday and Friday night, and the finals on Saturday night. Also live from 10 PM on Sporty Stuff TV. But internationally, if you're watching from outside the UK, you can tune in via the Online Darts YouTube channel.
60.
Osborne's response to losing the first leg. It's pretty decent.
Yes. 60.
He did not want to leave himself on 118. And the reason for that is that you do not want to be going for double 19.
100.
He'd much rather leave
Colin,
117
170.
and guarantee 2 shots at a treble to leave tops. That treble has been found.
Game
And
shot on
tops
the
has been
second
found
leg.
as well.
Colin Osborne.
Good standard. As soon as you've got the darts in this one, we will see quality.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. 140.
I remember during the pandemic last year when we were playing the live league at home, Jared used to brag to us that he could get a haircut and we couldn't because his brother was a barber.
100.
I was so jealous at the time.
140.
He's clipping down leg 3 with 140s aplenty. And he's averaged 88.95 for the day, has Jared, with 7 maximums. But again,
54.
like other players, his doubles percentage is way down on what he usually delivers.
90.
He's a good 10% down on what the rest of the year has yielded. As far as Osborne's concerned, 88.86 average for the day, which isn't that dissimilar to what he's averaged the entire year. And his doubles at 34% for the day, are only about 3% down.
83.
But if he walks away with 6 points today, I think Colin will be really happy, considering he lost his first 2 games.
180.
And if he walks away with leg 3, Jared Cole will pull his hair out. He won't need his brother, the barber.
40. Colin, you require 84.
This would be some steal. 264. In 5?
Game shot.
Wow.
Colin Osborne.
264 points in 5 darts. Try and do that at home if you try. Oh boy, that is so good.
4th leg, it's Colin to throw first.
That is vintage Colin Osborne. I'm not usually one for that line, but that's the kind of thing he used to do to people all the time.
55.
My first British-based Players' Championship semi-final was against Colin Osborne in Barnsley back in June 59. Of 2009. I remember thinking to myself when I was defeated, I say defeated, I was thrashed 6 legs to 1.
59.
I walked away from that game and said, boy, he's good.
140.
I don't think it was in that very same lettering, but that was a real eye-opener for me. And he consequently
82.
blitzed Gary Anderson in the final as well. I
95.
think there's a lot of people out there who would love to see those days return for Colin. He is genuinely one of the nicest guys out there in our darting family. Doesn't have any enemies.
55.
He's worked really hard to get back to where he is now, and he will continue to work hard to maybe take another step.
99.
These steps, I'm sure, will be found by Jared, because he's not getting everything on a plate right now. He's a great young talent, but he's been denied a tour card. He's been denied a phase win here. He is learning lessons the hard way. Double 16, and Cole has levelled. This is a good game, full of good finishing. Well, I say good finishing. It's actually brilliant finishing. So, 2-2, best of 3 from here. Who's going to take the points?
It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
That's 3 ton plus checkouts now.
177.
104, 108 for Jared. 117 for Osborne, and a 177 start in leg 5.
97.
I think of all the matches today, this one is probably the toughest to call.
96.
Here he comes.
140.
Knocks on the door of where Jared is currently situated.
140.
When he gets going, Jared Cole is just so easy to watch. They've only had 1 game in all of their head-to-heads that's gone the distance.
100.
And it was their
Jared,
last match, which was on the 5th of June. Got to go for the bull. Oh, yeah, the finishing. The finishing in this match. Absolutely stupendous. Couldn't ask for much more. A non-hesitant bullseye. He knew exactly what he wanted with Colin's position. Osborne has not missed a double. And Jared Cole has taken out 3 big finishes now.
85.
He's 50% on the doubles. He might only need one more shot
134.
to win this match. They're both going to have to do some work
85.
against Chris Gilliland tomorrow, because if he banks another win against Scott Marsh in the next match, he is definitely the person to catch.
43.
And if he does win that match, he will have cultivated a 4-point gap at the top going into Tuesday. And that gap could be 6 points
140.
by the time these guys play each other in match 2 tomorrow.
$60.
I hate to say it's desperate times already. It's not quite desperate, but they are urgent times to try and keep the person at the top within range.
57.
This is where Osborne imposed himself a little bit earlier. He got 264 in 5.
129.
Jared could get it in 6.
Colin, you require
given the option.
134.
He's got the chance to win it.
94.
He's going to have to hit it.
Jared, you require 135.
Oh, that's a bullseye. It's a shame he didn't get the 45 because that
83.
bullseye was so much in the middle.
Colin, you require
It's
40.
one of the best I've seen. That's in as well. That's right in the bullseye of the
Colin
double top.
Osborne.
More brilliant finishing from this match. And still, Osborne has not missed a shot at the outer ring as we go into the last
Seventh
leg.
and final leg. It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Best match of the day. The stats maybe don't tell that story.
134.
You can easily go to that 101.9 average for Connor Scutt in the last match. But this has been a proper contest.
45.
And it's a better start for Jared Cole, who's averaging 99.
58.
Doesn't back up it. The 134. He'll have to start in the 19s when he comes back.
140.
He'll have to start in the 19s because Osborne is almost where he is. Stay there.
135.
That'll do. Osborne needs something similar. And a mistake. It's a decent recovery. But Cole's in charge.
134.
Superb scoring. 3 times out of 4 visits he has come up with 130 plus. He has forced Osborne to hit a 12
26.
in this last leg.
Jared, you require 40.
And he couldn't. Double 10.
Game, shots.
It's all about the
match.
finishing
Jared
in that
Cole.
match. And Cole with the 14 darter brings to an end the best match we have seen all day long. 99.46. Osborne, brilliant on the doubles, but unfortunately, he didn't give himself enough chances. So Jared Cole finishes the day on 6. Osborne will have to settle for 4 at this stage. But as far as Marsh is concerned, he would love 4 points. And if he gets that, he will stop Chris Gilliland from getting a perfect 10. Last match coming up. is indeed our last match of Group A's action on Monday. So without further ado, let's get down to the board and let's see what will happen. 8 points from a possible 8 for this man from Northern Ireland, up against the England national champion in modern amateur darts. He didn't bring his belt with him. How disappointing. One of these days, someone's going to wear their belt. What's the point in getting it if you don't show it off? Well, Chris is going to have every right to show off if he bags 10 points from 10, especially in this company. He will be the favourite to win this group.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Providing he does get the points, of course. Even if he doesn't, and Scott gets 4 for the day, Chris will be at the top of the table by 2 points.
100.
So up to this stage, 8 180s. A very good effort. An average of 94.58 for the day.
56.
And the best finishing as well of 37.21%. He has been the best player by some distance, statistically anyway.
180.
Just the one more 180 after that, and he will get into double figures. And boy, does he deserve to do so, because he's looked super
60.
focused today. And one more 180 from him will get him above Connor Scutt.
140.
Because Connor ended up on 9. Jared Cole couldn't get any, so he's stuck on 7.
100.
So to have the best running average, the most points, the most 180s, and the best finishing, all he needs is to take this first leg and another 3. I know it's easy for me to say it. And just tick a couple of extra boxes.
69.
The amount of times that Gilliland has been inside 100 after 9. It's eye-popping.
Chris should require 12.
I get the feeling there's another level he can find. But for now, he will be happy with the 13 darter. But there is the possibility in this match, of course, that he might find that level right now. Will he?
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
He has averaged 109.31 in a match before, and that average tells me that he won that game by 4 legs to 0.
98.
Could he raise his level towards the 111, 113, or possibly the kind of heights that we've seen from only 3 players this year? 115 from Mike Warburton, 117 from Kevin Burnett, and that ridiculous week 1 average of 118 that we saw from Jason Askew. It still hasn't been bettered. But when Warburton got that 115, he could have got 122.
135.
This format does lend itself to those ridiculous displays now and again. I think it's only a matter of time before we see 120.
99.
Got to be mindful of your position here. Well, he doesn't need the 19s now. And why would he?
140.
He's owned that 60
Scott,
today.
164.
That looks good.
$101. Chris should
That was an
require
interesting last
86.
start. I didn't expect him to go 25 there. I do expect Chris to go 18 bull. Oh, yeah. 12 darter from Chris Gilliland. When you're confident, you can do special things. Just like that. And I sense that Scott Marsh thought that that was going to go. Hence the small shake of the head. Chris was one of the first players in the building this morning. He was fresh-faced. He was rested. He was eager.
43.
He's not looking at the Online Darts Live League as practice. He's looking at this as a genuine challenge for success.
140.
The first time I saw him play at Lakeside, obviously, that wasn't him. Averaging 80.
100.
Losing to Justin Thompson, one of my pals from Australia. The man we call Tomo. But the guy that we've got here, this is a different beast.
180.
The man who looks like Sheamus from WWE, maybe slightly smaller, is brogue kicking Scott Marsh into oblivion
100.
in this game.
Chris should require 81.
Should be treble 10. Another one of those will be fine.
41.
Obviously prefers tops over double 16. And on a couple of occasions today, he has kept us guessing.
99. Chris should require
He's going to get 6
40.
darts for tops. Might only need the one.
Game
He
shot on
does
the
only
third
need the
leg.
one.
Chris Gilliland.
And he's only one leg away from posting a personal best average. At this stage, I am not going to tell you what he's doing, but it's very, very good.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
If he can repeat what he's just done in 13 darts, it's going to be one of the top 5 performances
61.
of the year. And I'm not going to say that he can't do it.
97.
Those flights are very, very small. Those darts hover through the air. They don't have much in the way of pace.
100.
But boy, do they go in the right place. His ideal dart is the bottom of the 60.
30.
That's the first time he's faltered in this game. And the amount of times we see that when they've had 3 blistering legs and they're just one leg away from that big performance, they know in their
60.
mind that they're really close to it. And that's where the arm gets a little bit tighter, the hand gets a little bit twitchier. You can see from his action that he poises just before
97.
his eye line, and then the hand crunches. The fingers come together. The timing of that hand crunch and the release has got to be perfect.
140.
It almost reminds me of Ian White. But he doesn't throw the darts as hard as Ian White. Scott
30.
Marsh right now is
Scott,
thinking,
you
why
require
didn't you do this earlier?
140.
You weren't throwing like that the first 3 legs of this contest. $139 with 2 darts left. He's doing the right thing by going south. You don't want to be caught
40.
on 99. The problem with those personal best average ranges is that if you have a bad leg, like Chris is having now, the average plummets.
137.
I will say
Scott,
that
you
after leg
require
3, he was
100.
averaging 118. And he might still win 4 legs to 0. Because Scott found himself on 99 with 2 darts left.
40. Chris should require 110.
It's not going to be a personal best average, but it could still be a very good one. Double 16 to top the table
94.
with 10 points. He might still get the opportunity for
Scott,
a 4-0,
you require 60.
which would put his leg difference into double figures, but it depends on what Scott does here.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
He makes
Scott
sure that he's not
Marsh.
going to be bageled right there, And he's still got the belief that he can win 3 straight legs against the man who was averaging 118 after 3.
5th leg, it's Chris to throw first.
It's come all the way down to 106. A meager 106.
140.
But he could bring it back up a little bit. As far as Scott's personal best average, 105.26. Nothing wrong with that.
100.
Such a good technician. Those feet are very, very close together. And if you look at the stability of his stance and the lack of wavering backwards and forwards
100.
and side to side, it just goes to show the core strength and the balance that Chris has. There is no movement when that dart is delivered. It's almost Dimitri van den Berg-like.
140.
He doesn't have a wide stance, but the delivery is so well timed. You can't fault it. And yet again, he's under 100 after 9.
Chris, you require 81.
He might still better his personal best. Double 16 for a second match dart.
Game,
And that is exactly what he gets. We'll have a little look at what the
Gilliland.
average is, but that is a special performance. 1 bad leg in that entire match. He had 2 13s, 2 12s, and the leg that Scott won. So 109.81, and he beats his personal best by 0.5. So, a sign that our table topper is ready to play. He goes into Tuesday with 10 points and a 4-point gap. He's going to take some catching the way he has played today. He was far and above the best player today by some stretch. Thank you for joining us for Monday. We'll have more darts action for you with the Online Darts Live League on Tuesday from 9:30 p.m. via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker and, of course, via the YouTube channel with Online Darts. I've been Paul the Asset Nicholson. I'm going to wish you adieu for the rest of Monday. Let's see you tomorrow.